أنا جعت. إيش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
تم. يلا على قطر.
عشرة على هواك يا نواف.
رد يا أبو نسب.
كيف صوت العيال؟
معانا.
هنا اشرب عسل.
ذي ولا ذي لأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواك. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي سبرايز.
Round 6 of the Qatar Masters 2024 was full of fireworks with many decisive games shaking up the leaderboard. Sargsyan continues his incredible run, defeating Karthikeyan in a crucial game. The victory solidifies his lead with 5.5 points and keeps him as the sole leader of the tournament. While Sargsyan leads, several players kept the pressure on with decisive wins of their own. Erigaisi, Esipenko and Salem all scored impressive victories and are now just half a point behind the leader. With only a few rounds to go, the spotlight is on round 7, where Erigaisi will take on Grandmaster Sargsyan. Can Arjun stop the leader, or will Sargsyan extend his lead? Follow live the action with our commentary team, Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan and International Master Irene Sukandar.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 7th round of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open. And thank you, Angelica, for the recap and highlights of yesterday's games. Srinath, today it is the, 3 round to go to see who is going to win the Qatar Masters Open 2024.
Yes.
And we have one leader outright so far, and then 3 others trailing behind. Today, I believe it's going to be as exciting as the other days. What do you think?
Absolutely, Irene. This tournament has already exceeded the expectations for me in terms of the excitement. Because usually in a tournament like this, you actually don't see a runaway leader at the end of 6 rounds.
Yeah.
With a score of 5.5 out of 6. And I remember the winners of the last year, they had 7 out of 9. And we have one player who's already on 5.5 out of 6. So it's been a lot of excitement, not as much draws as you would normally see. And even the ones that ended up being draws have tended to be super exciting fighting draws.
Yes.
So I think the tournament will continue in the same way.
Yeah. We have so many decisive games in the top 10 boards. It is a very rare thing to see, because usually, in this type of open tournaments, the players would just settle with a draw, but not in this tournament, because we also enforcing the Soviet draw rule that the player cannot offer a draw before blacks completing the move 30. So I think apart from the rule, also we can see the quality of the games. It shows that the players just would like to fight. They wouldn't like to go to like a calm situation, but they just want to play aggressive chess and then going for the king.
Absolutely. They're bringing in such exciting chess, starting from the openings. And let's have a look at who's playing against who and what is in store for today.
Yes, let's do it. And on the first board, we will see the leader, Sargsyan, is going to take on Arjun Erigaisi, and Esipenko Andre will be playing against Salem Saleh. And on the third board, it's with the 4.5 points. Karthikeyan, who lost yesterday against Sargsyan, will be playing against Tabatabaei, and Madaminov Mukhidin will be taking on his fellow Uzbek player Yakubboev Nodirbek.
And on the fifth board, we have Leon Mendonca, who started with 3 draws but has caught up with 3 wins in a row against Abdisalimov, who scored a fantastic win over Haik Martirosyan yesterday. And we have the second seeded Abdusattorov Nodirbek against Bharath Subramaniam. Abdusattorov had a bit of a slow start. He caught up with 3 wins in a row, but again had a draw yesterday. And on the seventh board, we have Lodici Lorenzo against Parham Maghsoodloo. Artemiev plays against Ritvik Raja, who lost against Esipenko yesterday. And on the ninth board, we have the beast, Adhiban, against Shamsuddin Vokhidov, who's been having a bit of a solid tournament so far, and he will also be looking to catch up towards the end. And on the 10th board, we have none other than Nihal against the highest rated women player in this tournament, Paulina Shuvalova.
Yeah, and Paulina is also leading the women's leaderboard so far, and they are trying to fight for the 5,000 first prize. So it is also quite a high prize for the special prize here for the best women's prize. And let's take a look the overall leaderboard of the tournament so far.
So the standings has clarified, Irene. We have a clear number one, Sargsyan Shant. I think for the first time in the tournament, we have one sole leader. Till the previous round, we had at least 2 people jointly leading. But for the first time in the event, we have Shant with a clear first place as of now. And joining him, very closely pursuing him, are a pack of 3 people, Andrei Esipenko, Arjun Erigaisi, and Salim Saleh. And we have a number of people again just behind with 4.5 points, starting from Abdisalimov to Karthikeyan Murli to Madaminov to Tabatabaei, the defending champion Nodirbek Yakubboev with a first round loss but quickly catching up, and he also has 4.5 points. And we have Leon Mendonca rounding up at the 10th place, and we also have a number of top stars with 4 out of 6. All of them would be eager to, finish strong with 3 wins in a row. As mentioned earlier, 7 out of 9 was the winning score last year. So even those who are not in the top 10 with 4 out of 6 still have an outside chance if they can finish strong with 3 wins in a row. People like Abdusattorov is one such example who has 4 out of 6, but who can still make it with a very strong finish.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I totally agree with you, Srinath. Yes, what I noticed from the top 10 boards, the top 10 players here on the leaderboard is they've been playing very solidly. Like, look at the performance. There's almost no losses with the top 10 players here. There is one with Yakubboev's first loss, and then there is one with Karthikeyan's last loss. But apart from that, just take a look. There's no other losses. So it's a very solid performance for pretty much the leaders of the Qatar Masters Open up to round number 6.
That's a brilliant point, Irene. That's a brilliant point. You see, it's all ones. And it's been solid, but it's also not been all solid. We saw Arjun taking outrageous risks in 3 of the games, at least in this tournament so far, and ending with not losing a single one of them. And we also saw a different approach from Sargsyan, who, he has not been at any risk of losing in any of the games, and he still managed to get those wins to rack up the points and be in the sole lead position.
Yeah. So that's why today is going to be a very exciting day on the first board because, we are always being entertained with Arjun's games, right? Yesterday also was not an exception. It was very entertaining until David Parvian even allowed a checkmate on the board. So today, Sargsyan has been playing, I like how he plays, very principled, very solid. And Arjun has been taking lots of risk in his decisions.
Yes.
So it's
absolutely.
also, playing with black pieces, I think Arjun will also try to somehow win the game, even though he's playing black, but he would keep trying. And I think he had almost perfect score with black pieces in this tournament.
Yeah, so far he's had a perfect score with the black pieces, but I think Shant is going to be, stronger than any of the opponents that he's faced so far, in my opinion. But what choice does Arjun have but to go for it? I remember Arjun won an important online match against one of his fellow prodigies, and he was not considered a favorite for that match. It was against Nihal actually, but he ended up winning it. And in the post-match press conference, his statement was, I had no other choice. I had to win.
Oh. And I think that is the motivation that Arjun also needs on this tournament, not only to win the tournament, but feeder circuit points is very important for him to be the first leader.
Absolutely. He knows what's at stake, and just the decision of playing this tournament was made with that motivation that he can still try and catch up Fabiano, who's leading the FIDE Circuit 2024 right now for the 2026 candidate spot. But Irene, I also imagine that Arjun wouldn't be too desperate, because the previous year, 2023, was actually a bit of a heartbreaking year for him in terms of very difficult losses in pursuit of qualifying to the 2024 candidates, and some of the lessons that he learned from that. And then later he started doing a meditation course as a aftermath of a difficult 2023 year, and he noted his ability to be able to take defeats better and also not be too intense, too involved with things as much as he used to be. So these are some of the changes that he made from 2023 to 2024. And so far, it seems to be working really well for him.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yes, I am totally rooting for Arjun. But, Sargsyan is also proven to be a very tough contender. So
Absolutely.
I'm looking forward for this game a lot.
They're also not too far apart from their age, I think they are very close to each
only
other.
1 year apart. Yeah, I checked it's only 1 year apart. Sargsyan being a bit older. I think only a few months, actually.
Yeah, probably, yeah. And I think they have played in some age group events.
Oh, yeah.
I have personally played against both of them, and I lost. I think, in the same, in 2019, I
But
lost
not at the
against
same
them.
age group, right?
No.
Yeah. Well,
I wish.
what do you think? Because you've been telling us in length about Arjun and then what he's done and then what his mindset is. Do you think having such a pressure makes a good effect on him, or whether it is actually making him more pressurized?
No, I think it makes him feel more pressurized, and I think that's the case for almost most of the players I've noticed. Yes, it gives you motivation that there is something large at stake, but also the pressure. It does. I think it does involve. It does affect your play. And the effect of pressure you see the most in team events.
Yep.
So this Olympiad in 2024, for instance, one of the reasons why the Indian team was so successful was because we'd have, out of the first three boards, we would have, in a lot of cases, 2 wins already when the games are over, or 3 good positions. And this put the players at so much ease, knowing that even if they lose, it might not affect the team. But when you see situations where everything comes down on them with 1.5, or they are, up to 1, but they're defending a worse position, in these cases, this is where players make mistakes the most, because then the pressure comes on them, all the pressure. So I think it affects everyone, no matter how good you become, no matter how strong you become. It has an adverse effect on almost pretty much everyone in my experience. But yeah, different people cope up with it better, and the pressure is also, it's not just on one person, which might be the case. For instance, if someone is a runaway leader with a 1.5 points lead, but here both the players are under pressure. Shant has to keep his lead and Arjun has to try and strike, so there is uniform pressure on everyone. and that makes it an even playing field.
Yeah, yeah, and also we have to note that other players like Esipenko Andre and Salem Saleh are also trailing behind. So it's not only what's going to happen on the first board, which is of course very important, but in some scenario when, let's say, the first board made a draw, and then the second board it's a decisive game. One of them wins, and also the following boards also make some decisive result. There's always there's going to be quite a race there to the top position.
Absolutely. A race in the top for the top position. But on the other hand, we also see before the games, the players seem to be chilling right now. I see a lot of them talking to each other, just walking around a little bit. Um, I see Adhiban there, in the middle of the hall, the chief arbiter Lauren walking in, and yeah, so the preparations are underway for the beginning of the first few moves in the seventh round, and Adhiban walking towards his table. I guess that's a sign that the games are going to start soon. The arbiter is about to make his announcements for the inauguration of the first move in the first board between Shan Sargsyan and Arjun Erigaisi.
Right, yeah, and we will see the video or the visual of the ceremonial first move. But yeah, it looks like, this is a very, I would say, a huge playing area where players can actually walk freely. And did you ever get to see the refreshment area for the players, Srinath?
Yes, I did. It's actually, I think, just past the end of the hall, right? From where the kids are entering right now.
Yes, yes, exactly. Yeah, and it's pretty huge too. So many drinks options and snacks option because we know that chess game can be very long and sometimes it can take 5 to 6 hours. So here, I see less and less players bring their own snacks because they know everything is provided there.
Absolutely, and it also helps, regulate the anti-cheating process better because the less bags you have to check, the
Exactly.
faster people can get through the X-rays, and the faster you can begin the game. So everything is usually provided in tournaments these days. We used to bring pens, we used to bring, snacks, we used to bring a water bottle, and now you can walk in during the games because it's all usually provided.
Yes, totally. Yeah. And also, chess players, they learn very fast. Remember, in the first few days, it was a bit late for us to start the stream because the players apparently got delayed due to the fair play measures. We have like a very strict security check at the gate for the players itself and also for whatever they're bringing. And now I think they're coming earlier so that they could be on the board on time.
Yeah, this one I'm a bit divided. I'm not sure because it's usually a lot of hard work just getting the players on time and all my experiences with the different teams,
Yeah.
being captain of the different teams. There's always one player who's doing last minute preparation. And then there are also, some players who check, we have the moment.
Yes, and the ceremonial first move of the seventh round of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open is made by Mr. Abdul Ghani Nasser Al Abdul Ghani, the CEO of the Al Abdul Ghani Motors. And there he's accompanied by the Qatar Chess President or the CEO of Qatar Chess Federation, Mr. Al Modiaki Mohammed.
And did you see what move he made? Did he make D4 or E4? I think he made E4, yeah?
I
And he
think
does
that
it
was
again.
D4. It is D4 now.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, it is D4. But I mean, I'm always happy as long as they do one E4 or D4. Because these days people have started doing one B3 in these ceremonial moves. And I think E4 or D4 befits the occasion better. It's my
Well, we'll see if Sean will stick to the d4 move, just like what Mr. Abdul Ghani demonstrated on the board. Because you were mentioning that in the first or the encounter earlier this year, it was a Schliemann or Yanis, so it should be e4. And now let's see if Sargsyan will switch to first move d4. But Srinath, today I just want to talk a little bit about the World Championship match will come to an end very soon. Actually, we are ending the tournament almost at the same time as the match, right? Because today is the rest day of the FIDE World Championship match, and tomorrow they're going to resume game 13.
Yes, absolutely. But the best thing about the scheduling is that we usually start when the World Championship match ends. So for me, that's the best thing, that I can also follow the match.
Yeah.
And then when we come here, we also follow all the games from Qatar. And that's, I think, the dream scenario for a chess follower. Like, you wake up, there's a tournament, you go to sleep, there's another tournament happening somewhere in the world, and there's also something in between.
Yeah. And also, especially if you're coming from Asian continent, I mean, it feels like Lichess is providing like non-stop entertainment, non-stop chess entertainment, because it's like back to back every day after the match, and then we have the Qatar Masters Open, and then it's gonna be like for another 5-6 hours. So.
Yeah.
Well, soon enough, we have a liftoff on the players here. We have, well, Sargsyan apparently switched to first move e4.
Yeah, not surprised there. He played 1e4 in the earlier game as well. And your favorite opening is also on board, Irene.
Yes.
c5 by Arjun, which he played earlier against Surya in one of in round 5. And Shant also used 1e4 against Arkady Naidish in one of the earlier games. That was a Sicilian classical Sicilian. And Arjun has repeated e4, c5, knight f3, d6, which indicates that he's going potentially towards a knight off opening, which he played against Surya, or classical. Now Shant puts all these speculations to rest by just going 3 bishop b5 check, a super solid variation. And this will also allow him to keep control of the game from going into wild complications. So a very interesting approach by Shant, and a very understandable approach as well, considering that he's the leader, and also his opponent is not just the first seed, but also just one amongst the 4 players above 2800 in the world.
Right. Well, yeah, third move bishop b5, but don't tell that too soon, enough, because this also can be transposed to some sort of a complicated game. You know, Arjun is going to try to mud the water. All their Shan's approach on the third move is bishop b5, avoiding the open Sicilian, but it can still happen. So let's make a quick guess here of what Arjun is going to do on the third move. Will he play bishop d7, knight d7, or knight c6? I will put queen d7 out of question. So which one do you think he will play?
Difficult one. I'll go for knight c6 here, because I think that's the most fighting approach.
Yes, knight c6, and then but I think I have a feeling that he will switch to knight d7, just because, well, this has been like the trendiest third move against bishop b5, the Moscow variation. But obviously, yeah, I think we don't think that he's going to play bishop d7 and then transpose to like a Maroczy type of position, maybe.
I mean, it's not impossible.
It's not impossible, of course, yeah.
Because also these variations with bishop d7, bishop into d7, and for many years we just took with the queen. And this has a reputation of being really solid. He does go for your move though.
See, I think I can guess Arjun's moves better. No, I think he goes for this because it gives flexibility, whether black wants to play a more solid approach or something that's more aggressive as well. Yeah, so let's see. I think I remember, I forgot if I told you or not that I played this variation with bishop a4 against Wei, and then I won the game.
Yeah. I think you mentioned it.
But Shan played castle, which is I think one of the
main
lines.
Yeah. Knight f6 played by Arjun, or e6.
We'll have the move very soon. It's a6. So where does the bishop go? Usually it's to d3, but there was also some recommendation, I think it was from Wesley So, to just go bishop e2, which is kind of a bit wasting time. But yeah, it has its own idea. But bishop d3 is usually where you go and then play c3 and bishop c2, and then you play d4. So that's pretty much the game plan of this variation.
Makes sense. And with this, we have a strategic game which is not going to, I think, simplify anytime soon. Arjun has also played the knight to f6. So I think maybe rook to e1 or c3. These are the two main moves that I can count for white in this position. But the good thing for me is that it didn't go into these bishop into d7 check setups, which can get a bit too solid to my liking.
Yep.
So white went bishop d3, knight to f6. And here Shant has played a move, right? From what I can see on the video.
After knight f6, it looks like he's still thinking. Yeah, the clock is still on his side.
Ah, now he plays c3, I think.
Yeah.
I think it looks like c3.
It should be c3. I mean, I cannot imagine any pawn moves apart from c3 in this position.
Yeah, it is c3.
Yeah. Okay, so, well, I was just looking on my screen, Srinath. Today is really a treat for me because out of the 10 boards, we have 4 Sicilians on the board.
Wow.
So 40% already on the top 10 boards. Don't let me start with the other boards. Yes. So this is totally going to be very exciting. And also, I can learn a lot from all these games, what Arjun is going to do, because again, this type of position I play for both colors. And yeah, if I'm lazy, I'll play this Moscow variation bishop b5. But if I feel like motivated with my preparation, I'll go for the open Sicilian. So c3. And now the next question for Arjun is, where are you going to develop your bishop on f8?
Exactly. I was just going to ask you this, Irene, because you just admitted that you play this with both colors. So where would you put your bishop? How would you develop the kingside pieces?
I think this is tough.
The paradox of choice, yeah?
Yeah,
When
because
you have choice, it's not so easy to...
that's true. I mean, g6, bishop g7, it's very normal to develop the bishop that way. But the idea of this position is enough. It can transpose to a roll-up setup. So you can actually wait. And then I think Arjun just did it. He's waiting and he tries to develop the bishop on c8 first by pushing the b pawn. I was in Kazakhstan 2 months ago for the FIDE Women Grand Prix. And most of the young players, of the group, like Bibi Sara Soboyeva, I think also Divya, and I think there was one game, I think Lahno versus, okay, I can't remember, but this type of position arises a few times. So it is very common these days to just wait, because you want to see what white is going to do first before you try, or before you decide where to develop the bishop on f8. So you just pretty much expand your queen side with this move, like b5, bishop b7, because normally for white, you would like to put the bishop on c2, queen e2, rook d1. But again, if somehow there's no attack along the e file, then I think you don't need to play a move like e6 or e5. You can just develop it via g6. So it would be really depending where white's pieces are moving.
Interesting. That's very insightful, Irene. And after a4, I think here Arjun has made an important decision because with the b5 pawn attacked, black had a few different approaches.
Yep.
One of them is to play bishop to b7, defending the a8 rook and also attacking the e4 pawn in response to the b5 pawn being attacked. Now, I used to play this variation a few years ago.
Oh my gosh, now I remember. It was Divya. Yes, it was Divya. Divya played with white pieces. It was against Stavroula, so like you do. And she made a fantastic preparation. Stavroula has to thing over the board, and she just sacrificed the e4 pawn. Now I remember, like taking everything on the b5, taking everything on e4.
Exactly.
I think it was the first time for Starvula to see the position, but it was definitely devious preparation. The game ended with a draw though, but it was. I remember it was. It made a lot of impression on me because just looking at the position, something like this, and then d4 comes.
Exactly. Yeah. Just ignoring this b1 knight.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's why I remember that in Kazakhstan, the young players, they are very well updated about the current trend.
Absolutely. Especially the young women players, especially women players in general, they have a very high level of opening preparation.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because they almost always play for these top events at the highest level, and they simply have to.
They have to release their preparation in this type of level, right? They cannot just play the games without any preparation. And usually their preparation, it was the homework of a few grandmasters, coaches or trainers behind them. So it was a very high quality. Yeah, this is actually, thank you for noting that one, because the women's preparation sometimes, or most of the times, we are being underestimated. But actually, if you just take a look at all those events of FIDE Women Grand Prix, for example, where most of the top women players are playing, you can actually copy what they're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I also warn my students, when they are playing against, for instance, when they're playing against a woman, and it's you look at the rating of the opponent in general, and let's say there are two 2,500 players, and one is a male player and one is a female player. The circumstances are such that the types of tournaments they play are quite different, and also because of that, their approach towards preparation is also quite different. And against the thoroughness of the preparation of a top women player is generally higher in the same rating band. And even at a higher rating band, even I've noted there is a 2,600, but their opening preparation is not necessarily at such a high level because they're constantly playing in these opens. And in opens, you don't necessarily need such a high level of preparation as you do in closed events where your opponents in advance, you're preparing for months in advance. So,
you put it nicely there because, you're right. Sometimes also in the open tournaments, you don't really have a lot of seconds with you. Whereas if you're playing for the title, let's say, Women Grand Prix is one of the World Championship cycle, or even if you play in the candidates, this is so different. You will have to have like a few seconds or at least one of them with you, and then they will cook up the preparation for you, and it will make you less tired during the tournament because it's very important to also keep the energy level, right?
Absolutely.
Whereas in the open tournament, usually you don't come with any of the seconds, and then you just have to try to find like a simple opening just to make you through the opening stage and make you go to the middle game easily. So I totally agree with you. And here, do you think we will see no, it's not going to be like the
he played
the
at
other
b4.
one.
Arjun deviated with b4.
Yes, not bishop
already.
b7.
And Shant is already in some thought, which could potentially indicate that he's either off book or he's trying to remember.
Yep. I think the next few moves, they will tell us whether he was trying to revise or recall his preparation, and then try to choose whatever he wants to play, or probably is already off the book. Because again, against Arjun, right, it's going to be very hard to guess what he was going to play against you.
Absolutely, and it's also very hard to emerge as the person out of the opening where you are controlling the narrative. But Shant has his he plays bishop c2.
Bishop c2, yeah. So he's
but logical move.
Very logical move, yeah. He's playing according to the principle. He's preparing for the truss d2, d4, and then still playing according to the game plan. So now, what is it for Arjun? Bishop b7 or now start? And he does it right away. Bishop b7.
So far, no surprises. And I guess white will also go rook e1 now because you don't want to defend with d3. You want the pawn to go to d4 on one go. So I think rook e1 will also come on the board.
Yes, rook e1 is already played. Now I think it is the perfect time to ask Arjun, where is he going to develop the bishop on f8?
Absolutely. So, two questions. First, where is he going to
Queen
develop?
c7. He keeps waiting. Yeah, I know. This has been the trend of this line. You just keep waiting and then play all the useful waiting moves like this, expanding your queen side, developing your other pieces. And at some point, when enough is enough, you decide where to go with the bishop. Or sometimes, this is also very trendy these days, not to develop it in a conservative way, but a move like g7, g5.
Yes, absolutely.
Probably not now, but it is totally an idea,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, absolutely. I think Topolo was one of the players, who used to come up with these kind of ideas a lot about 10 years ago. And of course, now everyone has picked it on. But Irene, it's not just waiting, Queen C7, but there's also another important strategic function behind this move. If you see, White has developed almost the whole way towards playing this strategic central advance with d4. But Queen c7, the idea is if White plays d4,
Yep.
then Black takes c takes d4, White takes c takes d4 because you have to build up the center. And now Black wants to go rook to c8, attacking the bishop on c2. So you have to move this bishop right. And now you see the point.
I see the point. Yes. The bishop on c1 is kind of hanging there. Then you can take twice on e4 and take on c1.
Exactly. So this is one of the special reasons behind this particular move that Black has played with Queen c7. It prepares to stop White from playing d4 firstly.
Yep.
And forces him to go d3 at least temporarily. And now Black can decide what he wants to do with his bishop. So it serves a very specific function as well. Apart from waiting, he also discourages White from playing d4, which White could play. For instance, if you start with e6 here, then White could play d4 and
Exactly.
he builds a strong center and also potentially create some problems for Black in the future with more advances.
Yeah, that totally makes sense and very insightful. Yes, I almost forgot about this idea, which also often happens in Drew Lopez, right? Because you have this. Well, except that the knight was on a5 and then we go for the Shigorin variation. You open up the c file and then try to make some counterattack via c file. But here, talking about Drew Lopez, maybe after everything is settled down with d2, d3, for example, maybe Arjun would play e5 actually after d3.
Quite possible, yeah. e5 is definitely one of the ideas. And there are also situations where Black starts with e6 and then goes e5. We have, I think, seen this as well. And of course, there is the third option of playing g6, as you noted before, bishop g7, short castle. There are all these different ways of development. And there is still actually quite a few games in this direction. Again, if you look at the Lichess Masters database, which is one of my favorite tools for opening research in any position, you don't just see what the grandmasters have played in this position, but there's also a massive online games database where, notably, in the previous World Championship match between Ding Liren against Jan Nepomniachtchi, Ding's preparation was actually seen because he played this very unique line against one of his seconds, and they could see that in the Lichess online database. And they kind of immediately knew it was a practice game between Ding and his second, Richard Apport.
Wow. Yeah, I think I remember that one. Yeah, I thought it was just a rumor, but people these days, they have all the tools to dig down the information and then try to verify it. Yes. And I think in one of the not press conference, I think one of the articles or one of them being asked, they were trying to dodge the question.
Yeah. So during the press conference, I think Ding said something like no comments.
Yes, no comments.
But later after the match, they admitted that it was indeed just a comment.
Yeah.
And these things are also on Reddit almost immediately and Twitter. So these are pretty good information sources these days.
Yeah. And it's a good learning case for all other top players, right? So
Yeah.
you have to somehow be discreet about your own personal account, otherwise people can trace back
Absolutely.
what you're playing.
But this is also, I think, one of the areas where Lichess really excels, that you don't even need to have an account to play on Lichess. Did you know this?
I didn't.
So you can just go to leeches.org, create a game, play with a friend or something without having an account.
I see.
So you get that link, you send it to your friend, and there you play. And it's almost virtually untraceable when you practice this way.
So you practically just anonymous, right?
Yes, you're completely anonymous. The games, I'm not even sure if it gets stored or not this way when you play
Okay.
anonymously. And of course, people cannot search for it
Yeah, of course, of course.
specifically.
1 second, Srinath. Okay, check your WhatsApp. There might be some invitation from me to play a game. Anyway, okay, so Queen C7 is on the board, and I was just trying to pick on your screen there. Apparently, there are a few of top players playing this: Hare Krishna, Nepomniachtchi, Tomaszewski, Dominguez. I mean, I believe this position has been explored through and through. So what do you think if we let Sean to think for a while? Because I'm so looking forward to see what are the Sicilians we have on the other boards.
Absolutely. So I guess let's go to the second board
Yes.
between Esipenko against Saleh, who just passed by the first board on the camera.
Yeah, let's take a look what's happening on their
And I
their
think
game.
this game will be even more exciting for you, Irene, because it started with 1 e4, the Sicilian defense, as you noted earlier. But after knight f3, d6, this time white went for the open Sicilian with d4. C takes d4 happened, knight takes d4, knight f6, knight c3, the knight of opening with a6. White went bishop to g5, which since time immemorial has been one of the top weapons against the knight off.
Yep.
It's a legendary opening. There was this. So in the past Olympiads, the Soviet Union team was virtually undefeatable, and there was this one game where they were playing against, I think, the Argentinian team. I'm not entirely sure which country it is, but they played against the Argentinian team, who, Naidov is from
Naidov is-
Argentina, right? And he was one of the players in that match. And 6 bishop g5 was the opening played by the Soviet grandmasters. The entire team prepared this particular opening against the Soviet team.
Wow, okay.
And that went after bishop g5, e6, f4, and there was this move 13 bishop b5 check. I'm not able to instantly recall where it came from, but it was Spassky who came up with this brilliant idea over the board, and the other players could also play it because it's a team event. And like what white plays, the player on the fourth board can also play, since black prepared together. So he showed the way. And so there are such legendary encounters based on this bishop g5 opening. But this variation with f4 has become so well extensively analyzed. The poison pawn variation arises
Yes.
after queen b6, queen d2, queen into b2, and this has been analyzed so extensively that till a draw in many variations.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to actually enjoy this variation when I was younger, as white, of course, because back then this bishop g5 was one of the trendiest lines. And of course, if you play bishop g5, the first thing that you have to learn is how to deal with the poison pawn variation, sacrificing this pawn, and then in many cases you just go for like a 35-40 move draw, because the moves will be just very concrete until the end, and eventually you'll get some sort of a perpetual checks. Or in recent times, I think it's been known that you don't want to play this type of variation against Wei,
Yeah, absolutely.
because he's considered as one of the best
Players
open
in- yeah.
Sicilian players.
And also, especially in these sharp complexities.
Yeah.
For us, Wei is a few years younger than me, I think, but he was already competing in the under 20 events when I was older and he was younger. And very quickly we learned and understood, not to clash head on against him in a lot of these complex variations. So yeah, I think you also followed that to some extent, right? Against Wei when you defeated him.
Yeah, of course. I'm trying to close the position as much as I can. Well, hoping that I could somehow pull a drawing variation, but as usual with higher rated opponents, they would try to offer push, and that's when I strike back, and then somehow I won the game. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty instructive.
Yeah, yeah, one of the wins that I could pull in the rapid games. I mean, it was nice actually because it was kind of, well, it was not standard game, but at least it was a 15-minute with 10 seconds rapid game. So it's, for me, it's a little bit more proper. Yeah, it's not that I was trying to beat him or flag him or anything because of the time situation, but yeah, it was a rapid game. But enough about me. Let's continue talking about this variation
Yeah,
because
the legendary Nadal variation.
legendary night off. Yes, did you have any experience yourself in this variation, Srinath?
Yes, extensive experience from both the sides because I was exclusively a Nidov player, and Irene, like we kept mentioning, the amount of theory in Nidov is so extensive that when you play Nidov with black, in a lot of cases, people almost exclusively play that opening because you're so occupied learning the variations within that one particular opening that it occupies a lot of your attention and memory. So. I played knight off almost exclusively for a large part of my career, and against bishop g5, I also played e6. So back, I played the knight off exclusively till about 2017, and around that point, I started shifting to a few different lines. Primarily because when I started out against the knight off, with the knight off, there were a few lines: bishop g5, there was bishop e2, there was bishop c4. There's bishop e3, there was h3, but a few years later there were about 15-20 different acceptable moves against the knight off in this position, and it was all getting too much for me. So I started venturing into other variations, and after bishop g5 e6, since f4 has been so well explored in recent times, the players have also started looking at other variations. Some of them include moves like a3 at this point. There is f3 and what white played in the game, Esipenko played in the game with queen f3. So this also is one of the moves which has been in existence in recent times, just making way for the king to castle and taking the game into somewhat lesser known routes. Black responded with h6, which is in general quite useful when white plays bishop g5 because you ask white to comment. You ask white, are you going to take bishop into f6? Are you going to take the bishop here? What are you going to do with the bishop? Make the decision right now, and according to your decision, I'll base the rest of my decisions. And white here takes the bishop all the way back to d2, and the game becomes more and more offbeat with these choices that white has made in terms of the number of games played, or in terms of how much the game is within the realms of opening theory. Black continued with queen b6, a very typical idea. White played the knight to b3, defending the b2 pawn as well as the knight by retreating in front of the b pawn. The queen goes back to c7. This is again a very typical and instructive operation that we see in the Sicilian defense. You might wonder why take two moves to go to c7, why not do it in just one move? The reason is because black believes that this knight on d4 is actually better placed on d4 than on b3. So black just quickly provokes it, and after white castles long, here again you see the usefulness of provoking the knight to b3. Black is able to develop that knight to c6 without any resistance.
Right. Whoa. Yeah, thanks for reminding me of all these moves because yeah, really, it's been a while, I guess, since I really get into my open Sicilian anymore. And also, such an idea, I just remember, since you touch on the subject, it's also one of the, how do you call the Sicilian in the earlier on? With the knight c6, queen b6, knight b3, and then queen c7
Yes,
again.
it's the Grivas variation.
Yeah. I mean, such an idea can also be applied in other variation for the same reason, because you believe that the knight on d4 is a better place than the knight on b3. And I almost tell all my students actually that if you're playing a Sicilian and then somehow you get your knight on b3, be very careful, because the knight could be stuck there until the end of the game. And there are so many cases, so many games where the knight is not really doing anything on b3, and at some point you just have to put it back to d4 or trade with the other knights or do something with it. Otherwise the knight is not going to be very useful on b3.
That's very insightful, Irene. And we must also note that at this point, after 10 knight c6, there are absolutely no games in the Masters database.
Wow.
There are just barely a couple of games in the online database as well.
Yeah, because I mean, both knight moves here, knight d7 or knight c6, I think they are both very much playable. I think it's just which one that you would like to play best, right? And then the idea with knight bd7 is also, I think, pretty much the same. You want to play b5, bishop b7, but of course you have to watch out of the e5 push there, because it could be a double attack to the knight on f6 and to the knight to the rook on a8. But I guess what the knight is doing to c6 is also, you want to develop your bishop to d7, so not necessarily pushing the b7 b5 pawn, but you just play like a classical Sicilian structure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have a feeling that Salem knows something in this position, because I feel as default, it's a little more natural to develop the knight to d7 compared to c6. And after knight d7, there's also already the game played in 2024 March between Stavrola against Jumabayev Renet. So knight b d7 has been played, and knight c6 is the move after which Esipenko has been thinking for the first time in the game, and he's already spent 17 minutes, while Salem has been seen just walking around at different parts of the hall. So I feel that Salem probably knows this position a little bit deeper. Now, apart from knight d7 and knight c6, the other move here, the first move of Stockfish, is to go b5 directly.
Whoa.
But knight c6 is already the second move in this position.
Okay, so let's see quickly about this move b5, because like immediate attack with e4 e5, does it work in this position?
It's a definite try, but usually black has a way to defend against this, which is your favorite method of
Yes.
responding whenever something is attacked.
Yep.
Attack something else, counter attack. And with bishop d7, black not just develops the bishop but also attacks the queen.
Okay.
And prevents white from taking the knight on f6.
Yeah, I'm still thinking if I could, make another sacrifice via b5, for example, and just calculating it quickly, it doesn't work.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, beautiful ideas. There are a lot of these ideas in the Knight of Variation. And I was particularly looking at trying to, recall this Gothenburg variation, which got its name because it happened in the 1955 Interzonal. I think it
Gothenburg.
was, yeah.
In Sweden then.
Yes, in Sweden. But played by, I think, one of the Soviet grandmasters against one of the Argentinian grandmasters.
Okay.
So it turns out it was not in the Olympiad, but in one of the interzonals. And those were, such interesting times. I would say, romantic on the chessboard, that they could just conceive brilliant ideas just on the chessboard without having to worry that their opponent has prepared it with a computer.
Yep.
And they found many, many beautiful things like this over the board. So one such game was the Spassky's game against, I think, Pano or Naidov, I'm not sure which one. But yeah, talking about that, we see a move from Esipenko.
And what did he do after knight c6? Oh, just queen g3.
Yeah.
So he is employing this idea that you can also see in the E6 Sicilian. Remember the trendiest line with the with queen f3 and queen g3 is the move that you're actually challenging the queen on c7 to be exchanged. But yeah, this also can be employed here. You just want to play f4, and then maybe where do you put your bishop on f1? d3 or e2? Yeah,
I think d3 because you want to.
Yeah, you just want to attack the center. And by having this setup for white, it is also discouraging black to somehow castle on the short side, because you don't want to walk your king into the attack, to the danger area.
Yeah, yeah. So the king would be safer on this side, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also we've seen so many cases where if you can really get so much attacks with your pieces, then probably just put the king in the center.
Yes.
That's sometimes that is the case, that it's wise. But this is for the advanced, because if you're just starting to learn chess, please put your king into safety by castling. Disclaimer there.
Absolutely. But then, by playing Sicilian itself, you are coming up with certain disclaimers.
Yes.
Because you have to first learn how to, sometimes you have to learn how to face a direct attack against your king, which is one of the most scariest things in chess. I remember when I was learning the knight off in one of the initial times, and against the 6 bishop g5 variation, I used to be quite scared. And I used to tell my coach, please give me something where white does not attack my king.
But there is no such thing, yeah?
Yes.
I remember also one of those ideas after bishop g5, back in the day, of course, like e6, queen b6, right? But then early 2020-ish, we've seen some, not even 2020, like before 2020, before the pandemic, there was some resurgence of other variations, mainly what Anish Giri was trying to popularize with knight bd7, queen c7, queen c5 against this type of structure. And although it was quite successful, but now it's a bit dying down, because most players these days, they wouldn't like to walk into a very strict opening preparation like that. So that's why I think I can understand from Esipenko's point of view. He's taking a lesser known route here with queen f3, h6, and bishop d2, because also, speaking of Salem's performances here, look at his opening preparation.
Yes.
He was very well prepared in many of the games, and especially round number 2 and yesterday as well. We could see how well his preparation was. And, the psychological feeling could actually scare your opponents off.
Absolutely. It does have an effect, and it's understandable in White's choice in trying to take the game off the beaten track. And so far, Black he also seems up to it. Now, we haven't seen a move from Salem in a few minutes, but that's not because he was thinking. It's because he was simply not on the board the last few minutes. And after queen g3, what are your thoughts, Irene? What do you predict for Black? Do you go b5? Or do you go bishop d7 like you suggested earlier? Or do you go something else completely?
I was so tempted to start this with knight e5. And then I'll go knight c7, knight c4. Well, I still can do that. But I know the Evalbar doesn't agree with me. That's why I think Salem just pushed b5 very quickly. He's very confident in what he's doing. And I think it's still within the principle. And I think we see a move as well. Is it
Bishop d3?
Bishop d3.
Yeah.
Yeah, preparation for b4. So that after b4, the knight can just move freely. Where do you go with the knight? a4 or e2? E2 is safe.
I think e2, yeah.
E2 is pretty safe, but would you consider going to a4?
I would consider it, especially in situations where, I need to stop Black from pushing a5, a4. But in this situation, I feel a5, a4 is not necessarily the threat that we have to watch out for. And due to this reason, I would prefer to take the knight somewhere closer towards the center.
Yes.
Because on knight a4, it's a bit away from the civilization. And Also, it's not going anywhere soon, yeah? Like, there's no knight b6, knight c4. The bishop is on d2.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's also helpful to the fact that black doesn't have enough pieces yet to attack. Yeah.
Yeah.
So all these pawn advancements, I think it would be just making black's position weaker.
Ah, he played rook e1.
Did he? Oh,
Yeah,
not
not
bishop
bishop
d3.
Yeah, yeah. He played
That
rook
is
e1.
very tricky. So you're trying to get your knight to d1 then. It should be what happens.
Or there's one more option.
Move forward. Knight d5, yes.
Yes.
But okay, let's take a look if that happens. Let's see, because you're not going to get the knight back very easily. So knight d5, e takes d5, e takes d5, and the knight on c6 has to move. If I move it to f4, sorry, e5, you have f4, and you win the knight immediately. So what if I move it to e7?
You can. The knight can go to e7, and for the moment, black does stay with his extra piece. I guess white would continue with bishop into b4 here, getting his second pawn for the piece sacrificed. But white's compensation not just lies in these two pawns, but also in terms of how undeveloped black's pieces are and how difficult it is to develop moving forward, because the king is stuck in the center, the knight is pinned on the e file, and if this knight cannot move, the bishop cannot move. If the bishop cannot move, the rook cannot move. And therefore it just, has that kind of a domino effect on black's development.
Right, yes. So it is also very typical in this type of Sicilian. You're sacrificing your piece on d5. Usually it's a knight. And then you don't hope of getting the knight back very soon because it could be a long-term compensation. Instead of a knight, maybe in return you can get your opponent's king, right?
Yes, absolutely. And it's very unpleasant for black to deal with these kind of things over the board. Again, defending these positions, even in certain situations where the computer likes it for black, it's not at all easy practically because your pieces are just not coming into the game.
Right. So if instead of b5, b4, and we just play a normal move like bishop b7, would you still go knight d5 as planned?
Yeah, bishop b7 I think is one definite option. But can I play knight d5 here as well? Just
to demonstrate the idea, yeah.
No, but also I was thinking just to try and catch your king in the center.
That's very. Yeah, also, okay, but now I don't have a pawn on b4 and my c file is a bit open, so I can try to cooperate my rook to see it at some point. So okay, let's take the knight on d5.
Yeah.
With the pawn. Very, very important to specify that. Okay, so you take, and now again, if I move my knight to e5, you have f4. So let's play knight e7.
And I guess there are a few differences, like you noted, that one is the pawn not being on b4. Other is the potential to play rook c8, and also black can also just castle long and put the king on b8 on the next move.
Yeah.
There is bishop a5 that black has to watch out for, but black will still be ahead in material even if they give back an exchange.
Exactly.
And I guess that's the reason why there's so much difference in the evaluation bar between that variation and this variation. Yeah.
Right. Wow, Srinath, this game has been very interesting, but I think Salem is thinking for a while now. The position is very critical for him, by the way. So I think he would take some time to think about what happens after knight d5 and so on. So I would like to update ourselves on the game between Sargsyan versus Arjun, because that's very interesting as well. And I could see that Arjun has already decided where to develop his bishop. But before we see the current position, let's move back a little bit where we left it off.
So we left it off at queen c7, Irene, and we were showing people why d4 directly with the aim to build an impressive center does not work, because black can go rook to c8, attacking the c2 bishop. Now, if rook to e2, you can actually win a piece with b3. And you see the c1 bishop hanging, which is also the cause of white's problems. If white goes bishop d3, as black can take twice on e4, and if white takes on e4, then the c1 bishop is lost. At the end of everything, black has won not just a pawn, but also white's central pawn. So for this reason, white cannot go d4 directly, and instead white starts with d3, supporting the e4 pawn. Black takes on c3, and after takes once, black does go with g6, which is one of the ideas that we demonstrated. Knight b d2 played by white, bishop to g7, and now white gains space on the queen side with a5. Black continued with short castle, and so far we are following the game between Surya Ganguly against Wojtaszek, both of whom were for
The
a long
second
time.
of
Yes,
Anand. Right. This is the clash of seconds of one of the best chess players in the world, Viswanathan Anand. So it was happening in 2014, so 10 years ago.
yeah.
And they were working together then, yeah?
I'm pretty sure they spent quite a bit of time working together because 2014 was also the match between Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand in Sochi. That game continued with h3, which is a very useful improving move. Shant deviated with d4, thereby, being this is the position where the number of games ends, number of pre-existing games, and we have a completely fresh position. So d4 has been played, and as an expert on both the colors of this variation, I mean, what are your
Well, you compliment me too highly, Srinath. I am still taking my time in processing this position as both colors because, well, now this looks like a mixture of some dragon, some Rue Lopez, and also a little bit of the Moscow, which I play all of those openings. So d4 happens on the board. Next move, if somehow this was white to move again, I think it would be a move like bishop d3 just to stop everything. And then maybe you're planning to go knight c4 with e5, but I mean d4 itself is already like a very useful idea anyway. How to continue in this position? Because I would like to move my queen to e2, which is not good at the time for the time being because bishop on c2 is left hanging after taking on d4. So,
But as black, I guess a large part of the attention is on white's center, and white's last move here has been d4. So I'm imagining before white can do anything. You mentioned bishop d3, knight c4 being some of the ideas, queen e2 being one of the ideas. But before white can do any of these things, I'm just thinking how can black either play something directly, or so one approach is to build pressure on the c file, and this can be done with either of the rooks to c8. And apart from that, there is the general break with e5, like you mentioned, the Ruy Lopez structures. Again, this can be done with either c takes d4, starting with this, or directly. But in general, it favors black to start with c takes d4 because in a structure like this, after playing e5, if black responds with b5, if there is a pawn on c5, then it blocks the knight and it also blocks the c file in general. So c takes d4 in general, it's more useful for black than for white, I believe, in these positions.
yes. Yeah.
But the question is, do you do it right away or do you prepare it a bit and then play c takes d4?
Yeah, that's a tough question. I'm still thinking, trying to combine my Ruy Lopez and dragon knowledge about this position. I would naturally just take on d4 first because by doing so, it ensures that my bishop in g7 would somehow be active at some point after my knight's moving. So probably I will start with taking it and then build pressure on the c file. So like what you're saying, I'll put my one of the rooks on c8. I don't know which one is better. Let's get the f1 just for the sake of the open file so that the a rook can be on the b file. And now you have to be a bit careful on where to go with the bishop. Because let's say you play bishop d3, looks very natural. Probably a move like queen c3 could be on the board. But this has to be precisely calculated because you have rook a3. So maybe queen c3 is a bit wasting time.
Yeah.
But this is just, what I would tell myself as a saving idea.
Yeah, Rook
Yeah.
A3 is a very important resource. Like you pointed out, this way with Queen C3, in a lot of variations, this can actually just win a piece
Yep.
or put white in a very difficult situation. But here, since Rook A3 works, and you also have these positions where the pawn is not on A5 but on A2. In such a position, Queen C3 would be much more effective. But here, fortunately, with the pawn being on A5, white has this saving tactic with
Yes.
Rook A3.
Right. And instead of that move, I mean, rook c8 itself is already very useful. So after bishop d3, maybe black can think of something else. I would like to go for some concrete idea. I'm still trying to find if there's any direct attack or anything like that, but probably I have to be satisfied with some developing moves. But again, I'm still trying to find out where my knight on d7 will go. So maybe eventually I have to move e5 anyway.
Exactly. That's how the concept of e5 is born, yeah. You look for squares for the knight. You see that c5 is blocked, and anywhere behind doesn't offer much scope. In terms of forward, it's either b6 or c5.
Yep.
And with e5, you're attacking the d4 pawn, which is preventing us from putting our own knight on c5. And in general, also breaking white's center, which seems impressive, but is also the brittle part of white's position.
Yeah, but in this position, I can try not to obey what my opponent is trying to do. I will not push my pawn nor taking e5. Maybe I can try to play bishop a3. And then if you take the pawn on d4, I'm not going to take it because I will walk into this skewer. But maybe I can try to play knight c4.
Yes, absolutely. But here you also illustrate one of the important reasons of why we wanted to remove this pawn on d4, which is that black can bring the knight to c5.
Yes.
But here it blenders,
Knight b6, I guess.
it blenders knight b6.
Oh, no. I think it knight takes d6 and then e5. Maybe that's a better move. Not also. What could we do?
No, start with bishop into c5, yeah? Just
Oh yeah,
not
bishop
giving
c5.
up,
Yeah, not giving anything. Yeah, bishop
Yeah.
takes c5, knight b6, and then you'll be exchange up.
Yeah.
Yep.
So combination of tactics and strategy there. But again, knight c4, talking about tactics, maybe there is some knight into e4 related ideas for black, which is why it doesn't, work so well from a tactical point of view. And this is the challenge that white will face eventually when black plays the pawn to e5. How to react against it, because there are a lot of choices, but probably only one of them is the best move. And we can already see when we made the move bishop to a3, the evaluation bar going down a bit because the
Yes,
computer
yes.
doesn't want to give up the central pawn. If we go d5 on the other hand, also knight c5 comes with the tempo, and it's not great for white to allow this in general. And there are also tactics to watch out for here, which is the idea with knight into d5, e takes d5,
Yeah,
and
and
now
then
e4.
e4. Yes. Okay, I think I understand. A little bit better on this position. So after e5, maybe it's better to just play slowly bishop b2. You're
Yeah.
strengthening the center at the same time. Maybe, you bring your rook to the c file, just to connect all the major pieces on the back rank. I think it's already one achievement. And also you are pressuring on e5. So now neither the queen or the knight on d7 can move, otherwise you would just take on e5 and you have a pawn up. So should bishop b2 happen on the board, what do you think black will do?
I think black will need to, probably just take on d4 anyhow and put the knight on c5, because you need places for your pieces. So I sense this eventually coming. But here we are also able to understand the distinction between putting the f rook on c8 and putting the a rook on c8, the subtle difference that when black eventually pushes e5 and takes on d4, in these situations it's useful to have this rook on e8, and therefore if I could, anticipate that I'm going to play e5. Maybe I'll start with rook a to c8, and in a similar variation with bishop d3, e5, bishop to b2. It's useful for me to have this rook on e8, so that when knight c5 eventually happens, it helps me exert more pressure on this e4 point. And ultimately, if black is able to achieve this with e takes d4, rook e8, knight c5, and then later play this d5 break as well, black usually manages to equalize completely.
Right, yeah. Well, it's going to be exciting, this one. It's a battle of positional strategies. And yeah, Arjun is still thinking what to do in this position, because it's very, this is a position where there's so many things to calculate, and the calculation also needs to be very extensive, because otherwise, I've been there, done that. I was exactly in the position where, this position I just treated very lightly. I didn't calculate so much. I was just, okay, take this, take that, make all the natural looking moves, but then in the end I suffered. So I think it's very important also to identify which one is the critical point of your game, and then invest some time on it.
Absolutely. But how do you do that? How do you identify which is the critical part of the game?
I think it should be something to do when you see there are so many variations for you to calculate, especially straight out of the opening, because also when you see that both of the opponents are off of the book, and then they are trying to come up with the original ideas by themselves. So I think that was the critical point. And usually the critical point doesn't come only once. It could be like twice or even thrice or even more than that, depending on the complication of the position.
Interesting insights there, Irene. Yeah, so Arjun taking his time because he has to calculate, and he doesn't just. So if I was playing black here against Shant, I would be also, very happy to have this objective of just liquidating the game and taking it towards an equal position where it might end in a draw. But Arjun, on the other hand, cannot just be content with a draw in this game, especially after having achieved this position where the objective evaluation is equal and he has got what he has wanted. So these are also some additional factors that Arjun has to take into account. With so many things at stake, there is a FIDE circuit qualification spot, and apart from that, there is of course the first prize of the $25,000, the FIDE circuit spot, and I believe that apart from that, there is also considerable ratings at stake. Yeah.
Yes, if he wins this game, he will gain 2.9 rating, and therefore, if I'm not mistaken, he's going to take over world number 2. So
Wow.
Fabiano Caruana is currently world number 2 in the live rating with 2803.4.
Wow.
But since Caruana lost the last game of the St. Louis Masters, it took him down to minus 1.6.
Wow.
And therefore, if Arjun wins this one with his current rating 2801.5, yeah, and he will gain 2.9, so he will be 2804.4.
Crazy. I can't remember the last time one of the Indian players was, number 2. I remember Vishy was,
Yep.
number 1 for a long time, and was also number 2 for a considerable period of time when Gary Kasparov was active. And it was almost a fixed thing for many years
Yeah.
that Gary was number 1, Vishy was number 2, and Kramnik was number 3.
Yes,
And then
yes.
there were a number of top class players forming the rest of the top 10. But it's been a long time since then. And if Arjun goes to number 2, I think that would be an Indian back to number 2 after a long time.
Yeah, and I believe Indian fans have so many things to celebrate. You guys have, okay, the future world number 2.
Celebrate and also get disappointed at. It's been mixed feelings for the Indian
Yeah, I
fans.
know it's mixed feeling, but I mean, I think we have to see it from the positive side first. Yeah, if Arjun wins this one, then he would go on new position in the world, top
Yeah.
top number 2. And then Gukesh, on the other hand, his score is tied with Ding Liren, the world champion. So it's still like 50-50% chance for Gukesh to be the world champion. But also, I mean, Ding is a very tough contender. He is a world champion for a reason, so it's going to be exciting. But what I want to highlight is the achievement that the Indian chess has gotten so far.
Absolutely. It's amazing. I think it's unprecedented, and it's really nice to see that the level of the amount of success in recent times. And like you pointed out, I think we should rejoice in the positives.
Yes,
Because
obviously.
people in general and fans, we get very quickly used to good things, and then we always end up wanting more, and that becomes a source of disappointment. But I think we should, just rejoice in all the good things that has happened so far, and keep celebrating those little moments of success.
Yeah, well, as they said, there are two things that you will never get enough of: love and victory. So,
I can think of more things, but okay.
I mean, of course, like money.
Exactly.
But
I was surprised not to see money in amongst the top things, but I guess it becomes part of the success.
exactly. Because I think if you already have, I think victory is already, a part of
Yeah.
the money part, like all the wealth and also all things like that. And
Yes.
love is the well-being, it's more like
Yeah,
what
yeah.
you feel inside, not what's on the outside.
Yes.
So we'll see if Arjun will bring on another victory and make himself to be in the top 2 in the world. Meanwhile, Sargsyan is, he played this d4, I think, rather confidently. Arjun is still thinking, right? He's still thinking,
Yeah.
yes. And now the time situation is, okay, only 7 minutes apart. Before, it was kind of a bit huge of the
Bigger,
gap,
yeah.
yeah.
The gap was wider, but yeah, the time situation has reduced considerably. And like we were mentioning a bit earlier, Arjun has to take a number of factors into account. Yeah, it might not just be enough for him to just equalize,
Yeah.
but he'll also, need to try and look for ways to keep things complex and not let the game peter down into exchanges and trades and towards a draw eventually.
Yeah. I'm very curious to see what he's going to decide in this position, because we've been talking about, I think, objectively you would like to open up the C file and then get something with E5 and so on. But on the other hand, if you just trade the pawns like that, the position in the center will be a bit less complicated, and maybe what Arjun is seeking for is complication. So there should be some battle of mindset there. I know he could divide the position where he has to think objectively, but also he might be thinking about how to complicate this position even further. Because being a more higher rated player, you feel that you have, some edge over your opponent, that you can try to outplay him in certain situation. And was the game between them two earlier this year a bit complicated?
Yes, it was. You have to make it complex. Yeah, you can't just defeat
Exactly.
Shant in a quiet positional
Yeah.
encounter, especially with black.
Yeah, that's true. So that's what I was thinking as well. Like you play the chess game, but sometimes you also play your opponent, right? You know that your opponent a bit better because you already played him before, and then you know what sort of position he likes and he doesn't like, and then you're just trying to go into his type of position where you know that he might have some weakness on it. So for me, both players have strength, right? And it's very, very hard to spot on their weaknesses unless you're really strong. So let's see this battle of wits between these two, not only happening on the board on their moves, but also in their mindsets.
And I didn't know if you are playing this position against a lower rated opponent. So we looked at this variation with c takes d4, c takes d4, rook, one of the rooks to c8, bishop to d3, black played e5. We looked at this variation already, but if you play this against someone who's lower rated than you, would you go for this continuation, or would you, look at something else? Putting yourself in Arjun's spot and getting into his mind, what would your thoughts be?
The resulting position where you just showed us after e5, it was already complicated for me. So I know that I would try to outplay my lower-rated opponent, but I don't want to outplay myself too.
Absolutely.
So it means like sometimes a bit too complicated. It's also bad for your health.
True, true. I can't agree with you more there. I would also, I think, probably, go for c takes d4, c takes d4, rook c8 almost automatically here against any level of opposition, because after the bishop moves and black plays e5, black still has considerable life in this position to take the game to whichever direction he wants to. He can take a call here. He can come until here. Now he can, play rook e8 or e takes d4. He has options here to direct on how he can steer the game. But having said that, there is a reason why Arjun is there and I am here. And one of the reasons is he can conceive things that I can't imagine. So let's see what he's able to conceive here that we are struggling to, foresee or imagine, or if he thinks the same as us.
Yes. Wow, that reminds me a lot of what Hao Yifan said just yesterday, I guess, on Ding Liren. Yeah, she said, because she's in Singapore right now.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, she said that during their youth, they sparred a lot against each other. They had so many games against each other.
So Hao Yifan is, I think, 1 year older than Ding Liren.
Yeah. And then Hao Yifan said that in their sparring games, the moves that usually Ding Liren made on the games, they are usually unusual and not according to logic. So Ding has this special style that make him special anyway. But when you see that, he's not playing the most logical move, our first impression would be, he's an amateur. But then when you think a little bit deeper, actually that move is such a thoughtful move. So this is the impression that Yifan had on Ding Liren when they were younger. So touching on the subject when you're saying that Arjun can conceive all the unimaginable things that maybe we didn't cover in our stream here, and maybe he will come up with something that totally, again, unimaginable and very creative as well. I think it will likely be the case. So I would be very happy if somehow our analysis was played by Arjun, because again, we are not using engine here. We are trying to combine both of our brains to be matched with Arjun's brain, which is still, I think it's still not the match yet.
Of course not.
No, but we're trying our best and then trying to explain this position as humanly as possible.
Right.
Yes. Because these top players, sometimes it's very hard to understand their way of thinking, and also sometimes it's very hard to explain their moves. But here we go. He took the pawn on d4, so at least for that part, we already explained everything.
So c takes d4 and rook a8 also on the board, Irene. So some we have some chess knowledge. Yeah, it's not all.
Yes. So rook a8. So I think he will go for your idea with opening with e5, so that the rook on f8 can be on standby, where it is going to go to e8 or to d8 depending on the resulting position later. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think bishop d3 for white is also a very natural position for the bishop.
Yes.
Which we have seen in not just the Sicilians but also in the Royal Opus. The bishop is safe on d3. It's not at all difficult to see this line with queen c3, rook a3, the saving move. And the bishop is not just safe on d3, but it also eyes the e6 pawn, a6 pawn.
A6 pawn. But what if I put my bishop on b3? So that I can have, I can have some control over this diagonal, and especially to the f7 pawn. And also, especially if you're planning to move your rook on f8, maybe additionally, I can have knight g5 as an idea.
Interesting. It's a very different approach to what I would do as white. And as black, when I see your bishop going to b3, now I'm no longer just fixated on the idea of e5, but I would also consider the idea of d5 because your e4 pawn is not as well protected
Yes.
as it would be.
And it's also going to be very typical after this d5. And if somehow, oh, let's move the pawn to e5 and attack the f6 knight, the knight doesn't go anywhere but to e4 because the bishop on b7 is standing strongly behind the force of the pawn. And yeah, you're either forcing the exchange of the knight, or if the knight moves away to f1, then you have a very good knight on e4, the octopus knight. So this is not the likely scenario of this position because now the more I see d5, the more I don't like it for white.
For white or for black? Because for black, the problem here is there are, I think, some concrete ideas for white here, which could potentially, I mean, the knight going to e4, it's a very common strategic idea, but being supported by the pawn on d5. But a lot of strategic things, it doesn't work due to something concrete.
Concrete, right.
And here, looking at the evaluation bar, we can see that there is something concrete for white, which should be working at. I have a feeling it's related to some e6 related idea, which can happen after, just takes and knight to g5.
Yeah, just knight
followed
g5,
by,
that's right.
An unstoppable e6, or to take the pawn on e4.
Yeah, that is a positional, I mean, knight e4 is a very typical idea, but again, right, it's always losing to a concrete calculation, which is happening right now. So if that position occurs after bishop b3, d5, e5, so it means we have to refrain ourselves from playing knight e4 then. But where does the knight go?
I think just d5 is a mistake.
Oh, just d5 is a mistake, yeah?
d5 is a mistake due to this idea. Because if wherever else the knight goes, there is still this idea of e6.
Oh, that's right.
But white also just puts bishop a3 and...
I forgot about the other bishop. That's right. Bishop a3, bishop e7. Yeah, this is going to be a huge attack. Okay, so apart from d5, what move could Arjun play in this position?
For me, it all comes back to e5 in general. So let's try it out, because when I get my knight to c5, your bishop on b3 is also, whether it's on b3 or d3, either way my knight on c5 hits the bishop.
Right. Yeah. So now let's play bishop b2. I don't know actually which one to choose, bishop b2 or bishop a3, but okay, let's try one of them.
Bishop b2 is I think little more, it's a move that keeps things a little more under control, because it takes care of all the key squares that black can come into. Whereas bishop a3 on the other hand is a slightly more aggressive approach, which attacks the d6 pawn and puts pressure on this e5 d6 complex. And as we see from the bar, both these approaches are entirely okay for white. As black, I think you probably, when you play e5, you need to follow it up with e takes d4, because you need this knight coming to c5 in all the different variations. Against all the threats, after bishop a3, there is the threat of d takes c5, there is rook c1. And when you put the bishop on b2 also, there are these threats related to exerting pressure on the e5 point. The rook can come to c1, the knight can come to c4. And e takes d4 is, your one-stop solution against all these ways for white to exert pressure.
Right.
So I think I'm going to, as black, play e5 and e takes d4 on the next few moves, regardless of what white does.
Yeah, but I think now I'm looking at this position, I have a feeling that Shan will just play bishop b3 instead of bishop d3. It looks more flexible in a way where he can still play for a solid chess, but that way, after bishop b3, he can also try to put some pressure on f7 and therefore making the game more dynamic.
Interesting choice. Put pressure on f7 or a6. That's the choice that you have to make. But either
way is good, right? But you know me, I would like to go straight to the king instead of going the other way. So let's see which one that Shan is going to choose. And meanwhile, all the games have been very interesting. And you know what? We actually only covered 2 games, but those 2 games really, took our time so much because they are very interesting in their own way. But let's take a quick break. And after the break, we'll come back with more actions, especially on the first board between Sargsyan versus Erigaisi Arjun. So stay tuned.
انا جعت. ايش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
تم. يلا على قطر.
أسرع على هواك يا نواف.
رد يا ابو نسب.
كنا صوت العيال.
معانا.
هنا اشرب عسل.
ذي ولا ذي الأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواك. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي سبرايز.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the actions of the 7th round of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open. And during the break, we are looking at Arjun's game, which is very much on the hype right now. If he wins this one, he is going to be world number 2 in the live rating. It is a very important game for him. Everything is at stakes. Srinath, please talk us through what's happening on the game between Sargsyan versus Arjun.
Exciting developments have taken place. We didn't even take a break for such a long time, but a lot happened during that time. And so the last move was rook c8. We were pondering where the bishop goes, whether the bishop goes to d3 or b3. And Shant took the bishop to d3. But after black played e5, we were anticipating moves like bishop d2, keeping the pawn on d4. But white instead took d takes e5. And here, normally what would you do? When opponent captures something, you recapture. I would have considered knight takes e5, trading one of my knights. It keeps the position equal. D takes e5 is another move that I would consider. But Arjun played neither of these two moves, but instead went with the knight to g4.
This is exactly what we were talking about earlier, that he's doing the unimaginable things that we could consider. Knight g4. Now, we're looking at this move. This also could be the move that was missed by Sargsyan, because usually when you have two options to recapture the pawn, you would be focusing yourself on calculating those variations. But knight g4 is of course another typical idea in this type of structure, but somehow we also missed to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I was not even considering d takes e5 so much, because as white, if I want to, keep some ambition, I wouldn't want to trade things in such a straightforward way after d takes e5. So that's why we were more focused on this move, bishop to b2. And when I saw this d takes e5, I was like, oh, so this is happening. And is the game going towards a draw? And then Arjun didn't even spend much time for knight g4 Irene. He just spent a little over a minute. And it does seem to have come as a surprise for Shant. Either he did not see it, or he did not take it so seriously that usually after a move like d takes e5, you expect the obvious recapture and then you're ready with your next move. But we see Shant already, he has spent 7 minutes over this move.
Right, yes. Wow, I mean, it looks like, okay, the position is still quite balanced, right, for white and for black. But you know me, I don't mind sacrificing a pawn or two for pieces activity. And if I asked you, Srinath, do you think which color do you think that I would prefer to play on in this position?
Black.
Of course.
No questions.
No questions, yeah. All the pieces are active. This is totally what I like in Arjun's pieces here. And what else? I don't mind sacrificing another pawn, but
it's
not a
even
sacrifice. It's not even a sacrifice. Because now you cannot. Okay, you can take the pawn on d6, but then after queen takes d6, you're walking into a position where it is a double attack. The bishop on g7 is attacking the rook on a1, and the bishop on d3 is also is under attack. So
yeah, that's one of the double attacks. And there is also another way to create a double attack here, which is not taking the pawn, and like you mentioned, in a way sacrificing two pawns, but going queen to c5, attacking the f2 pawn and keeping the same threat.
That is nasty. If this happens, it's going to be very, very...
Unfortunately, we will see only these kind of things in blitz games.
Yes.
At this level.
At this level, yes. Yeah. I don't think Sargsyan would allow this to happen for sure. But what is going to be the alternative after knight g4? Let's think for white in this position.
Yeah, so e takes d6 out of the question, which means you probably have to develop your bishop somewhere. At the very least, I would start looking at these moves first, because development is very important. You need to bring your pieces out into the game. And one of the first things to consider as white after bishop b2, black is likely to recapture with one of the knights, and this leads to a position where the d3 bishop is attacked, But there is also the danger of losing one of the bishops for black's knights. And white wouldn't want to get into that kind of a position where black has these two bishops and white has a bishop and knight. That would be strategically undesirable for white, because the two bishops of black, they will overall control a lot more squares than what a white knight can do in general. So this comes into the picture here, because even if you take knight into e5, and you save your bishop with, let's say, any safe place, f1, let's say, then black does have this option to trade the knight against the white bishop with a discovered attack, knight f3 check, and then bishop takes b2. This creates a situation where white is able to get these two bishops against the white bishop and knight, and this by itself would be a mini strategic victory for black.
Yes, yes. So, wow. Here, the task for Sargsyan is very hard. Not only that he has to calculate everything, but he also has to watch out of all the possibilities that might happen on the board. It could be some tactics, right? But it also could be a long positional battle with a better position or a better endgame for Arjun. And this is something that white has to be careful of. So, objectively, after knight g4, can we come up with the best move for white in this position to minimize all the consequences?
Well, we can try, like Shant would try against Arjun. And objectively, bishop b2 is not, it's not such a bad move by itself, according to the computer. The variation that we just looked at after bishop f1, knight f3 check, queen takes f3, bishop into b2. And the computer doesn't mind this for white here. It's like, okay, you have the two bishops, but the white knight also has squares and the position is somewhat balanced. But if white wants to, try and keep the bishop, because giving up the bishop like that is not, it's not an easy decision to take. Now, we should probably start within this variation after bishop b2 and knight takes e5. After knight takes e5, I already don't see an alternative for white. White is forced to take knight into e5.
Yes.
Otherwise, black takes on f3 and then takes on b2. So knight into e5 is the only move. Black will also take knight into e5. And here also it seems more or less forcing to move this bishop. Otherwise, there is a danger of, just losing the bishop. Let's say we play something like knight f1. Here I think there is the danger of losing a pawn after knight into d3, bishop into g7, and here maybe, I'm not sure, after knight into f2, which was my initial intention, attacking the queen, white has this move queen to d4, which defends the g7 bishop and attacks the f2 knight and the f8 rook simultaneously. So knight into f2 would be nice, but it doesn't work. But after knight into e1, bishop into f8, here black should have something. At the very least, there's knight to c2. Yeah. Attacking the rook and the bishop and the pawn together. And black can also consider knight into g2 with similar aims. You have taken one of the pawns at the heart of white's king, and you're attacking the f8 bishop simultaneously. So any attempt to support this bishop would result in possible tactical complications for white. In general, a counter-attacking option with rook to c1 is met by queen into a5 in a lot of these situations, and black is just a pawn up. So this is also, not a desirable option in general. So if white goes towards this road with bishop b2, then I think the likely position which comes more or less by force is where white gives up one of the bishops but plays with the bishop and knight. The alternate apart from bishop to b2 is maybe to take the bishop to a3 like we saw earlier. But I see white facing similar problems here as well. After knight into e5, knight into e5, knight into e5. Here the bishop on d3 is attacked. We can protect it with bishop f1, and here we can say, okay, at least my bishop is not on b2, so you don't have when you play the discard attack with knight f3 check, there's not this bishop on b2. And for black, the same idea doesn't quite work here. But the drawback of playing the bishop to a3 is that it weakens the a5 pawn.
Yep.
And this can be a potential way that black can take advantage. And other options for black here include ideas like rook d8 followed by d5. Because if you take on a5 immediately, then white does have this response with bishop into d6, attacking the f8 rook and the queen on a5 simultaneously. But rook f d8, defending the d6 pawn and creating the threat of queen into a5 and d5 gives a fine position for black. In all the variations I can see, black is getting these fine positions.
Yes.
White's position is not deteriorating a lot, but on the other hand, it's also, no longer white who's dictating the narrative of how the game goes, but the position has completely evened out, and black might, even have a very, very, very small edge, a minuscule edge, but black is the one who's controlling the narrative as of now.
Yes, yes. Well, thank you for the insights, Srinath, because yeah, I forgot to put my, my commentator face, when you were talking about all this, with I was just like looking at the position like a real chess player, thinking about each and every move, because it is so complex, and I could actually feel it for Shan, because if I were white in his position, I wouldn't be so happy to have such a position on the board. Whereas for black, even though this is not like a very you see, the position is very complex, but for black, it has less risk compared to white. And then even though in the resulting position that you showed us, white would still be able somehow to defend, but for human, it's very, very hard to keep playing in such a state where you know that you've been very inferior from the middle game and possibly until the end of the game. And then you're just trying to defend such a position to save the game.
Completely agree with you there. The psychology is such that as white, you're kind of expecting to control the narrative, dictate the direction of where the game goes. So when black gets that spot, when black gets that role in the game, it's automatically by itself psychologically uncomfortable. And before the break, at one point, we noted that the time gap between both the players had actually caught up. But Irene, after these last two moves by Arjun, it has again turned into a big lead for Arjun. He has a lead of 25 minutes on the clock, and we see him just walking around the board right now, taking casual strolls. He's probably calculating about the position. He's still thinking about it, but it's a bit too much to read into, but we can see that he's clearly relaxed. It's Arjun chilling at the moment.
Arjun chilling, and yeah, the position is quite nice for him. He can be relaxed, and we have a move from Shan.
Is it rook to b1? Yeah, it is rook to b1. It's rook to b1. Interesting idea, which we didn't quite consider. This also ensures that the bishop on c1 is protected, but on the other hand, after knight into e5, knight into e5, knight into e5, white will just probably move this bishop on d3 and ensure that black cannot take queen into a5 because the rook on b7 is hanging. So the rook on b1, very useful prophylactic move, moves away from the dangerous diagonal with the g7 bishop. It allows black to it doesn't allow black to take the pawn on e5, and for now white stays with both his bishops intact. But on the other hand, even if you reach this position as white, as the black, I wouldn't mind this at all. I would probably continue with rook d8 with the idea of d5, and at the very least black equalizes the position, which is it's not such a disastrous consequence.
No, it is not, and oftentimes in this type of structure that you can easily get from Blue Lopez as well. When you can equalize in such a position, you land on this type of structure. Although maybe the computer says that it's 0, 0, 0, but as a black player, you could feel a little bit of an achievement there, that you just, pass the storm. And in this position, it is very, I think it's pleasant. It's very pleasant for black, and then black can actually start trying to play for a win. So it is not a very drastic intention, because at the beginning of the game, of course, objectively, white is slightly better. But as for black, you just try to equalize it little by little, and up to the point where you're landing on the structure, and now you can start playing for a win. And I think if we see this position on the board, it is what exactly Arjun will be doing in his game.
That's absolutely true, Irene. Classically, we are trained also that way. As black, you first ensure that you equalize, and then you go for more ambitious things. And so far, Arjun seems to be maintaining that. He has achieved his main goal, which is to equalize and get a safe position. And after Rook B1, now he can choose. He can choose whether he wants to go for knight into E5, the most natural idea. He can take it with either of the knights. I think it should eventually transpose. Or does he just want to completely ignore the pawn and introduce something like knight C5 into the picture? But this seems like just a one more idea. It attacks the bishop, white moves the bishop away, and then black can take the E5 pawn, or even do something like rook f d8 to lure white into taking the d6 pawn and keep the superior activity of his pieces and ensure some imbalance in the pawn structure. These are a few different options that he has right now. Knight into e5 ensures a very easy equality from where white cannot aspire to win. And after bishop f1 also he has options, whether he can start with. So he has taken
with the G knight, yes. I think this is the safer option. And you were saying before that if Arjun takes the pawn with the G knight, it's almost forced for white to take the knight back with the knight. And then we are going to see knight takes e5 and probably knight takes e5. And now the bishop on d3 is hanging, and most likely you will pull it back to f1 to its original square. And now, black will just enjoy this position.
Yeah, completely agree with you here. But it will still be a challenge for black to try and get a win from this position, I think, personally.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that easy to convert this position into having a more advantage on the board, but step by step. But also for Shan, since the position is already open, and then there are less pawns on the board, I think for white, probably the easiest game plan is to try to get it to the end game and then trade the minor pieces as much as he can. Not the major, but the minor pieces. And then maybe at some point, having the bishop on f1 with the intention of weakening the a6, it could be paid off.
True. Completely true there. And he has taken knight into e5 as we anticipated. Also, knight into e5 is, I think,
Yes. Knight takes. And I think we'll see bishop f1.
Yeah, I think we'll see bishop f1, and then I expect Arjun to have a bit of thought. It's also interesting to see the psychological aspect at play, Irene. I can kind of feel that today Shant completely doesn't mind a draw if it if it comes to it. If he's not able to get a position from where he can press, he doesn't mind taking a draw. He just wants to keep things safe and not take great risks today, because in a tournament like this, once you face Arjun and you come out of it without losing, then the rest of the opponents are only going to get easier from there. And this is maybe his most critical and dangerous encounter. And he's also reached a point where he's the sole leader, and just by not losing from here onwards, he can at least make a shad first, if not the first prize.
Yeah, it's very important not to lose a game, especially leading to the end of the tournament. And of course, it is not an easy task for Sargsyan, but in this position, it's looking like Arjun has gotten what he wants, and now I think the next few moves will be very instructive, especially for us, the viewers, to see what type of game plan, what type of intentions will Arjun showcase to us, because it looks like black is very nice, but white is also pretty solid.
Yeah, and if Arjun can somehow, if he can manage to win from such a solid position, for me that would be unbelievable, because it's so hard to create something against white in this kind of a position. Even if I was playing against someone even like 300 400 points rated lower than me, even in that situation, it would not be easy to eke out a win from this kind of a position, because white has everything solid.
Yes.
White has everything covered, and if there reaches a point where the A pawns are traded off, then the position would be completely simplified. That would be very difficult for black to, have something from which he can squeeze something out of. But as long as the A pawns are in the game, there is some hope for black to try and create something. And it's also interesting for me to see if Arjun goes d5 directly here, or if he delays it.
Right. And also, I was just looking at the time situation and how many moves that the players have made. 37 minutes left for Sargsyan for another 20 moves to the time control. So it's not really like in time trouble, but if the position keeps being complicated like this, he will just take more and more time on the clock, and maybe at some point in the next 30 minutes, maybe we will see some time scramble.
Right. Absolutely. But right now, I wouldn't be too nervous being in Shan's place. If I had 37 minutes in this position for 20 minutes, I think I wouldn't mind, because the onus is on black to try and create something. As white, the next few moves are pretty simple. You control the d6 pawn, you improve the position of the d3 knight, and then you try and exert pressure on the a6 point. If black doesn't play d5, there is a danger for black to get worse. And if black plays d5 and trades everything, then the position just peters out, and white can just make a draw and go towards the next few games.
I have one question on this position. We've been talking about a very general plan about for black in this position, moving the rook to d8, pushing d5, and of course, that would be the first idea that comes to my mind if I were playing with black. But I was just trying to think if there's also another idea that I can try in this position, mainly about pushing the f7, f5. So I don't know whether it can happen now. I'm not too sure, or maybe not, because there's queen b3 and then the bishop on b7 is falling. So probably you can make some preparation with king h8. But in this type of game, I totally realized that even one tempo like that could mean a lot. It's an expensive tempo, but this is just something that I have in my mind. If there is no concrete attack on queen b3 attacking the king and the bishop, maybe I can try to incorporate this f7 f5 idea. So I think just by process of elimination of the ideas, not the moves, we can come back to the conclusion where pushing the d6 d5 is more profitable in black's position instead of f7 f5.
Absolutely, Irene. And f5 is a very interesting concept, but like you pointed out, there is the immediate idea of queen to b3 check. And when black plays a preparatory move, when black takes one move to do that, white also has this idea of playing his own pawn to f4.
Yeah.
And then after the knight moves, create concrete threats against black's weaknesses.
Yep.
So this d6 pawn, one of the reasons why d5 is so effective and equalizes is that this d6 pawn is also a weakness right now in black's camp. And pushing it to d5 immediately helps him neutralize that. But on the other hand, it also extinguishes the possibility of keeping the position complex, because the more and more you trade, whether it's pawn or pieces, the closer it goes towards becoming a draw eventually.
Yes, that's true. Yeah. Well, unfortunately for Arjun, you cannot have everything. Yeah, he would like to complicate the position, but if he keeps doing so, then he might over push the game and then might actually landing on an inferior position. So I guess we can leave this one for a while. I'll keep an eye whenever Arjun makes a move. Then we can come back to this game. And I think I would like to go to another position that probably we haven't covered. It's between Abdusattorov versus Bharath Subramanian, because I think the theme of today is how to catch as many as FIDE circuit points as you can. And Abdusattorov is in the 3rd place of the leaderboard of the FIDE circuit points. So winning this tournament could also mean a lot for him, especially he's going to also play the World Rapid and Blitz, and we know Abdusattorov is a former World Rapid champion, so he has all the chance to also win the FIDE circuit points.
Absolutely. He's a definite contender. And let's also not forget that it's not just the first place winner who gets FIDE circuit points, but even a decent finish, a top 3 finish gives you valuable points. And Irene, coming to this game and talking about this position, can you guess first where it came from?
Hang on. It looks like some, I don't know. Okay, the light square bishop is gone, so it could be Rulopez exchange variation.
You're half there. It is indeed Rulopez. It started with 1 e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5. But it's not the exchange variation with a6 here, a6 and bishop into c6. But instead, it was the Berlin variation.
Berlin.
Yes. The Berlin variation with knight f6, anti-Berlin with d3, bishop c5. And how many games have we seen in this tournament itself already where white goes bishop into c6, d takes c6 and short castle? At least 2 instances I can recall. We saw one earlier. There was a game against between Sankalp and Haik Martirosyan. We also saw one of the games yesterday going towards this path, the game between Ivanchuk against Artemiev. And in both those cases, black defended the pawn with knight d7.
Yes.
But in this case, black goes for a different approach. He sees the e5 pawn hanging and he simply pins the knight which is attacking it by playing the bishop to g4. Now white also followed suit with bishop to g5, h6, bishop h4. And since the knight is pinned this way on the king side, a very typical strategy for black in such situations, if black can pull it off, is to just play queen e7 and long castle. So this pin is no longer such a problem because you can immediately play the pawn to g5 and get rid of the pin. And here, white, who was still in his preparation, note the timestamps. Bharath Subramanian took a massive 22 minutes for this move g5, while Abdusattorov, still in his preparation, immediately played bishop into e5. Rook g8 played by black, getting out of the pin. And now Abdusattorov got his first think of the game. He spent 20 minutes for this move, bishop to c3. Black played the knight to h5. Very logical continuation. Very logical follow-up to rook g8, which unpinned this knight and prepared this maneuver. Bishop c3, knight h5, king to h1, preparing against the knight coming to f4. And now white played the queen to e1, unpinning the knight on f3 so that after h5, he can come back further with knight to g1. Black retreated with bishop to e6, and now white has played knight b3. This is the live position that we have right now. And it's a very interesting position. Black has sacrificed a pawn, but black is throwing everything at white's king. And I must say, Irene, the Berlin is not all boring and all making draws. It can also lead to very enterprising positions like this.
Yeah, I think this could be an advanced Stafford gambit, Srinath. You are gambiting the pawn on e5, and also you have double pawn on the c file, and for the initiative in the king side, and therefore we see all these pawns on g5, h5, they're ready for the attack. But of course, the difference is in this position, white is ready with all of this attack and none of the pawns around the king has been moved. So this is also a very good sign if you're trying to defend such an attack, yeah, do not move any of the pawns around the king, because that can be a very fatal concession or weakness, and your king can be the target of attack. And now it is just going to be a battle to prove whether the pawn can mean something to white's position, or by giving the pawn like that, it is actually the right decision for black to start all the initiatives.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a clash, and we see also a very enterprising approach by the black player. Abdusattorov is incredibly young, but I think Bharath is even younger than him, if I'm not wrong. They should be very close to in terms of age group, but yeah, he's just 17 years old, and Nordebek is slightly older.
3 years older.
3 years. 3 years is a considerable time, yeah. When you're 20 years old, that's like
Yeah.
a significant part of your life.
Yeah. Okay, well, I will keep an eye on this game. Meanwhile, we have one move update on the game between Sargsyan versus Erigaisi, because Arjun just immediately played d6, d5, and we've talked about this very much, that the d6 pawn was the source of weakness in Arjun's position, and therefore we talk about rook, going with rook d8 and then pushing d5. But here Arjun decided to just push it immediately. What is the difference, Srinath, of this move compared to the preparation move of rook d8?
I think it's not such a big difference. It's just, the difference of, I think, different move orders. Because after d5, e takes d5. Here also, black can potentially follow up with rook d8. And black can also take bishop into d5 in this situation. If white takes bishop into a6. Now, in general, as black, I would be a bit disheartened at this development, because once these pawns on the queen side get traded off,
Yep.
the position gets pretty liquidated. But on the other hand, maybe Arjun has some hope in being able to create something, because right now, white still has some problems with regard to his piece activity. The pieces are a bit tangled, and this bishop on c1 is not yet developed. So he needs to develop a couple of more pieces before he's completely safe. And I guess Arjun is maybe pinning his hopes on being able to exploit that. And if by chance things don't work out, the worst case scenario is a draw, which is again not a deal breaker.
Yes, totally. But yeah, should this position arise on the board, I'm becoming happier, because it looks like everything is open. It's a bit imbalanced, especially on the queen side where white has a pawn up. But of course, the pawn on f5 is very weak. At some point, black will be able to get it back. I just like the fact that the bishop on d5 is centralized, and black can try some sort of initiatives around the king. Maybe next move it's gonna be bishop takes g2 immediately with queen c6, and then the number of material on the board will be even, but the position is changed a little bit there because somehow the white king is suddenly exposed. So these all potential ideas, and your last move rook d8, it's indirectly pinning the knight on d2. And now it's also another question for where the queen will go, because you cannot just move it to a random square. For example, here if you move it to a4, yeah, it looks like it is a very good square, but maybe actually it's a good square. But I'm just noticing that if I just move the bishop from d5, let's say I'll put it on a8. I just want to, control all this diagonal from a distance, even though black is still a pawn down at this position. But I just like the potential initiative toward the g2 pawn. And then another question for white, where to move the bishop? You cannot move it because the knight on d2 is hanging. And now where to move the knight? If you move the knight you cannot move it to c4, can you?
You can, but it invites consequences against your king.
Exactly, that is knight g4, and also there's knight d3. There's just so many things. And then if you just move the knight to f1, maybe that is the safest one. But it's always hard to move such a knight, like going backward.
backwards.
So
And I have no doubt here you're looking at moves like rook d4 in your mind.
yes, yeah, all this knight f3 attack with discovery check. It's just so exciting. So I mean, we can easily play those moves because we know the evaluation bar is, being even all the time. But none of the players know about this, and especially it is white who has to deal with all of this calculation. For black, it's just coming easy, right?
Absolutely. And Irene, I also got so much more clarity about this position and the dangers that white faces after making these moves on the board, especially this move bishop a8. It's a powerful move, yeah. Like you're just taking the bishop back, but it comes back like a spring. It's like you're taking it back,
Yeah.
but it's like
It's
a
like
bow.
a catapult, yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah, we actually have a move. Shan just played something, and I think it's some move.
h3.
H3, how do we feel about this move?
It's a safe move. It's a sensible move. We were just showing all the different dangers that white can potentially face in the position by opening up this bishop on the long diagonal. So it's also all the more understandable now that with h3, white chooses not to take e into d5 and open up the bishop for the moment, but chooses to postpone that option. But after black plays the rook to d8, which I expect from Arjun, what else can white do apart from taking e takes d5 anyhow? Like at some point, either he has to take e takes d5 or allow black to take d into e4. He can maybe play. So, how do I feel about this move? I feel a bit puzzled.
It feels like it's not into the spirit of the game, right? Although such a move like h3 could be proven useful in the future because you're making your back rank a bit safe there, but it feels like there should be something else to do on the other side of the board. Let it be the center or the queen side, not really on the king side.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does feel a little scary for me at some level, especially, after we spend some time here. Initially, when I saw this position and I saw the computer evaluation, I was like, okay, simple position, you make a draw and it's 0.00 and 37 minutes, it's a lot of time for the
Yep.
20 moves. I had all these impressions, but after spending a bit of time here and understanding the potential dangers in the future, I can see that it's actually game on. Shant also spent 10 minutes in his previous move, and he has 28 minutes for 19 moves. We also see Arjun totally focused into the game now, sitting up there, and these are moments where you kind of try to catch the wind, you know
Yep.
that you have the momentum on your side, and you try and put your best effort, maximum exertion, all your focus, all your attention on the moment. And there have been actually a few similar instances I can relate from your own experience, that when you sense the moment, this is where you try and put more effort than your opponent, try and find all the best moves, and it can be a turning point in the tournament.
Yeah, I believe Arjun really sensed it. But also, now I'm trying to gain my understanding about this H3 move. You were puzzled. I was puzzled too. But if we remember, this is exactly what Sargsyan's strength is.
Yes.
He knows where to act. He knows where to react. And in this position, he decides to pass the turn by waiting with this h3 move, which is also a very useful waiting move. And Srinath, in my experience, this is one of the hardest things to do in chess, where you feel like you have to respond to something, whereas upon in this position, actually you just have to wait, and then you have to let your opponent show his card, right?
Right.
And I think this is exciting for me because we know for a fact Arjun will keep pushing. He will try to somehow complicate the position or try to get all this initiative. But on the other hand, Shan will be just sitting nicely, quietly, and then, hey, wherever you attack me, I will try to respond. But for now, there is no existing attack on the board. So therefore, h3 is nice little move.
Well pointed out there, Irene. So no immediate threats, so I wait. and I let black show his cards. So let me show my cards. I play rook f d8 with the threat of d into e4. So this is one idea. Another idea I noted is black can also take the pawn with d into e4. White recaptures. And now after bishop into e4, because my bishop is hanging and I cannot take queen into a5. So I first take the knight, rook takes e4, and now I can take the pawn with queen into a5. So this is one variation that we need to consider, but maybe this is not desirable for black because everything gets traded, which also means all of white's pieces have come out into the game. And this pawn up is not really a serious pawn up. White can immediately get back this pawn with, let's say, queen e4, and the a6 pawn falls almost immediately. So this is the reason why, although d takes e4 looks like it wins a pawn, it's not something you seriously consider. But on the other hand, I feel that there are some other legitimate possibilities. One of them is playing the rook to d8 with the idea of d takes e4, and this still keeps pressure. Let's say in e takes d5 now, and black can either take with the rook or with the bishop as well. These were positions that we saw in the previous move, and white still has some problems developing this. Another idea for black, apart from rook f d8 here, is also to put the knight on c4 and try and change the pawn structure a little bit. So if then white takes knight into c4, black takes d into c4 and tries to create a passed pawn. He has a move, by the way.
I think
he has taken d takes e4.
Yeah. D takes e4. All right. So now, how Shan is going to respond to this?
I think knight into e4, yeah, like without any hesitation.
Yeah. I think you cannot afford losing a pawn like that, yeah, because in the next move, if you don't take it, then there might be like knight d3, there might be something else too. And he took knight takes e4 is on the board.
We briefly looked at this variation where I felt that bishop into e4 doesn't really offer much promise. So in that case, is Arjun looking at something else here? Maybe start with rook d8.
Okay, so now where does the queen go? Let me try with queen. Okay, this is hard because all the squares that I can go, it's light squares, and having the queen on the light square is also prone to an additional attack with the bishop. Let's say queen b3, and then black might try to play bishop d5, for example.
Exactly. It was also going to be my intention, Irene. One idea is bishop d5, but then I was also curious, can I just take your pawn and attack your even rook?
Wow, I didn't see that the rook was hanging, but maybe there is a bishop g5 citizenship.
Yeah.
And now I'm attacking both the rook on d8 and the bishop, although you can still play rook d7, but now the ball is in my court. So how do I continue this position? There should be some more attack.
Maybe knight f6 check.
Or maybe bishop f6 too. Knight f6 also nice.
Yeah. Knight f6 or bishop f6. This f6 point is a very weak point for black, because if you lose this g7 bishop, then all your dark squares are in danger because you put the pawn on the light squares.
Yeah, so don't be greedy, Srinath. That's one lesson that I learned in many of the games that we cover in this tournament. Yeah, sometimes when
rook f8 on the board, by the way.
Is it?
Yeah, rook f8 is on the board. He just made the move.
Just made the move. Yeah, now, we might actually see that position. So apart from queen b3, where else can the queen go? Queen a4, but again, if queen a4, we saw this idea with rook d4. That doesn't look appetizing for white.
Yeah, this is a beautiful idea. It's a beautiful idea which, sometimes it can be missed by people, missed by players, even at this level, but maybe not in classical chess.
Right. So that means just by going through the process of elimination, does it mean queen b3 is the move? Because what do you do after queen e2?
So the problem with queen e2 is very simply that it loses control of the d3 point.
Yep.
So you can simply do knight to d3, and if white goes rook to d1 here, then At the very least, maybe you can
Or just take everything on c1.
yeah, take everything on c1, and in the final position, the problem for white in a position like this is that the bishop on f1 is stuck, it's pinned, and a way to come out with something like king h2. So we have queen b3 on the board, by the way.
Are you sure?
Yes, yes, I'm very sure.
Yeah, it's going to be free. At one point, I was like, oh, is it queen a4? Then I would be so excited. But of course, yeah, Sean will not fall into this type of tactics. So queen b3. And now it's the moment of truth. I don't think queen takes f5 will happen on the board because Arjun will be very careful not to be so greedy in this position. But in return, he would be very just, trying to get as much initiative without trying to gain any pawns there. So bishop d5, and apart from bishop d5, what else can we see?
So I guess there are only two options, bishop d5 and bishop d4. Both these factors involve trying to take the pawn on a5. If we play bishop d5 as black here, attacking the queen on b3, here white can respond with queen to b6. I feel we can, quickly reject bishop into. We have to look at bishop into e4 actually.
Yeah.
I think we can quickly reject bishop d5 because after queen b6, I don't see a way forward for black here in order to be able to defend the a6 pawn.
Right. And also, that was going to be my next question actually, that maybe we can see this idea again, attacking the back rank with bishop takes e4, rook takes e4, and queen c1. It might be unnecessary to sacrifice the queen like
That's
that.
interesting.
Yeah, but I just like the idea that
Yeah.
that the bishop on f1 is pinned, and then our other rook might actually come into play, not queen c2. So yeah, takes, and now you have to be ready with the other rook coming to d1.
This also looks a bit scary for black here, to be honest, with the rook coming to d1, and there's actually no way for white to defend directly against this threat.
But I think in this position you can play g3 with the intention of king g2, and whenever there is rook d1, you give a check on the back rank.
Yes.
Bishop f8 has to be played, and then you just take the knight on e5.
Yes, absolutely. So you can't defend directly, but you need to have some counter-attack options, and white just has one move
Yes.
to be able to do it because black didn't have time to create space for the king to escape.
Yep. I mean, this is an interesting idea, but of course, with accurate calculation, you could see that it's actually not working for black if black would like to play for a win. So, but always white has to watch out of all these ideas because it can actually happen on the board.
Yeah, white has to calculate. He
Yes.
cannot go into this position and suddenly be surprised. He needs to see it coming. I guess another important variation we need to consider is queen into a5. Firstly, understand if black is able to keep this pawn or if the pawn gets captured. But I think black doesn't keep the pawn for long after rook a4 here, attacking the queen and hitting the a6 pawn.
Interesting. So what if I just put my queen in the back rank? So queen e1.
That's a very interesting idea. If I take rook into a6, you're going to come in with rook d1.
But there's
And rook into
bishop
c1 is an immediate
g5.
threat. Yeah, bishop g5.
Yeah, that's not a good position for black to be. Yeah, so now black has to be a bit patient, not really going to the back rank immediately like that. But yeah, after rook a4, wherever the queen goes, then the pawn on a6 will fall. So that looks like a position is going to be simplified if this happens.
So that's what happens after queen into a5. Now, is there a way? So there are also some other ideas here, Irene. One idea is rook to b8. It's a little intermezzo. I want to, trade the rooks on b1. So let's say you move queen a2, protecting the b1 rook.
Oh,
Then
I
I
can
take,
see.
yeah,
I can see the bar is moving towards Black's favor here. Yeah, rook d1
Because
is
of rook
coming.
d1, and it's a deadly pin on both the sides.
Exactly. So, I mean, rook b8 is looking like a good move, but there should be a better response for white.
Yeah, which is probably rook to b4. It's
Yes.
the only move. And now knight to c6, attacking the rook. And if white takes rook into b8, then there's rook into b8. The queen moves to a place where the b1 rook is protected. And after everything, black manages to take this pawn. But I guess even if black achieves this, white should be able to regain the pawn pretty quickly and it goes towards a draw.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, it feels like whenever white or black wins a pawn, it feels a bit artificial at the moment because either side will be able to regain it back within a few moves.
Yeah, it all seems temporary because the position is too evenly matched for both the players. Now, apart from doing this directly, these are direct approaches. There's queen to a5, there's rook b8. Maybe you can also start with knight to c6 with the intention of playing rook to b8. But before white can play the rook to b4 and kind of tempting you to take on e6.
That is interesting. I mean, there's so many things that I'm so tempted to do here as white. One of them being queen b6, maybe?
Queen b6 looks good. Maybe also bishop f4, yeah?
Yeah, I was thinking bishop f4, trying to calculate this, and then queen takes a5, and then probably rook a4. I think this still is fine for both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then a6 will fall in the next move. But again, even after a6 falls, the position is still a bit complicated there because you have to think about what if knight goes to d4, and there might be some other attack around the king side when somehow all the black pieces coming towards the king side. So it feels like the pawn on a6 could be acting as a decoy there so that you can focus your attention on a6, whereas black in this position will somehow divert everything, all the attention, all the pieces to the center and the king side.
Absolutely. So a few small things for white to solve here. And we saw a few different ideas for black here. I'm imagining that these are also the moves, some of the moves that is running through Arjun's mind. I think we calculated a lot of variations in the last few minutes. But then in this game, we have seen instances where we have done similar. We have looked at a lot of variations and the players ended up playing something that we didn't consider. So
yes.
I'm curious to see what Arjun does here. And he's the last person to accept simplifications and let the game peter out. But I'm curious if even Arjun can manage to create something out of, something so small.
Right. Well, I'd love to be surprised by the moves actually. Hopefully, I have a feeling that he might actually play a move that we haven't really commentated. But let's see. We'll keep Arjun to think for a bit because another critical point arising on the board. And meanwhile, let's update ourselves on the second board. It's Esipenko Andre versus Salem Saleh. It was also a very interesting Sicilian game. And now, from the e-file bar, we can see that Esipenko is having a slightly better position.
Wow, a lot has changed in this game. And we left it at this point. After rook e1, bishop b7. Here, white played the pawn to f4 and black went long castle. So all these things were as we discussed. White played the logical bishop to d3. What I like about what white has done in this game so far is that he has just kept things simple but powerful. He put all the pieces in the center. Now the bishop comes to d3. After knight b4, king b1, a very useful move in the Sicilian defense. And for black, in general, black needs this central breakthrough with either e5 or d5 in order to create space for around his pieces and find places for his pieces. But when black went d5, the thematic breakthrough. White was able to counter it with the pawn to e5, attacking the knight on f6, and then putting his own pawn on f5. And this ensured that the position didn't quite open up in black's favor, but instead created a weakness on e6 for black after f into e6, f into e6. And with his last move, rook f1, Esipenko keeps the pressure. Also, just going back a bit now after rook e1, bishop b7, just take your attention a bit away from the board and instead look at the timestamps next to the players' names on the board. Bishop b7 was played after an 18-minute thought. Till this point, black was playing faster. Bishop b7 after an 18-minute thought. f4 played by white fairly quickly. He spent around 20 minutes here, but after long castle, bishop d3 was played fairly quickly. Knight to b4. With each move, black is taking some time. King b1, 6 minutes. d5 followed up quickly by black. e5, knight d7, f5. And here it feels like black realizes that the position has gotten a bit difficult for him. He spent 15 minutes for king b8, and after f into e6, f into e6, rook f1, he spent another 12 minutes so far without a solution in hand already. So it seems like at some point the game has definitely changed in favor of white, and black is also feeling it over the board. He's definitely taking longer. He had more time out of the opening, but it is white who has almost double the time of black right now. And the position is also more comfortable for white, primarily due to the reason that black is finding it difficult to bring out his pieces, to find good places for his pieces. The b7 bishop is blocked by its own pawns. The knight on b4 looks useful, but it doesn't have a future. The bishop on f8 is still undeveloped because of this idea of queen g3, looking at the g7 pawn and keeping the black's pieces under pressure. Because the bishop on f8 hasn't developed, the rook on h8 is also out of the game so far. White, on the other hand, the rook on e1 out into the game, rook on f1 out into the game. Each of the pieces developed somewhere, even if not optimally. And he's keeping the pressure. He's continuing with threats of rook f7 in the air.
Well, nicely put, Srinath. I was just imagining this position as a little bit of a French structure, but a better version for white, because in French, usually, the pawn on e6, somehow it was protected, but now, like what you mentioned, the bishop on b7 is blocked by its own pawns, so it's going to be very hard for Salem to come up with an idea. And also the bishop on f8 cannot go anywhere due to the weakness on g7. And after Esipenko's last move, rook hf1, it's already signifying that he wants to penetrate to the black's territory by playing rook f7 next and keeping pressure even more on the 7th rank. And well, I'm just a bit worried of the time situation by Salem in his position, because he has 18 minutes left and he still has to make another 22 moves. So he quickly just took the bishop on d3 just now, and I believe Esipenko will capture it back quickly. But which one do you think, with the queen or with the pawn?
Pawn, because I don't want to move the queen away from g3. And it also opens up the c file. So he's taken it with the pawn already.
Yep.
Opens the c file, allows white to do some d4 in the future to protect the e5 pawn, and also ensure that black doesn't play d4 himself and open up the light square bishop. Salem has also followed up rather quickly with knight to c5. So he's exchanging pieces, he's trading pieces, which is actually a very good strategy when you're low on space. The more you trade, the more squares it creates for your own pieces.
Yes, that is a very principled move that Salem is doing right now. And we could see that he's been trying to keep up with the pace, because he realizes that sooner or later he might be in the time scramble situation. So better avoid it instead of suffering in a critical moment of the games and then you didn't have much time on the clock. And for Arjun's fans, be patient, because I still keep an eye on their game. There's still no move yet from Arjun after Sargsyan's last move, queen b3. And I think it is also the perfect time for us to update ourselves on the other board. Which one do you think you would like to check, Srinath?
A difficult choice, but a lot of interesting games are in.
Yep.
But maybe let's go to the fourth board between the all Uzbek encounter between Madaminov against the defending champion Nordebek Yakubboev, because we have another exciting position. Now, this one came actually from the Caro-Kann opening after 1 e4, c6, d4, knight f3, d5, knight c3. The two knights opening, one of the favored variations of Fischer also back in the time, the Bobby Fischer. Black went bishop g4, and after bishop into f3, queen into f3, white got the pair of bishops. Black played e6, getting a very nice central pawn structure, and the pawn structure quickly became unbalanced after black played the pawn to d4. In these positions, the black knight goes to g6, keeping control of the e5 square, which is very normal. And after g3, h5, gaining some space on the king side. White also mated with h4, not to allow black to gain too much space on this side. And from here on, it was a battle of maneuvering and strategy. Black first played a5, advancing his pawn on the queen side and taking it to a4. White blocked it with a3. Now black played e5, securing his center control. Short castle played by white, completing his development. Black brings out the knight, white brings out his own knight. Bishop e7 played, developing the bishop. Knight to f3. Black repositions his knight a bit with knight to f8 now. And now when white played knight g5, here black chose this moment to just completely try and open up white's king side. Starting with f6, attacking the knight, pushing the knight a little back, and then playing the pawn to g5. H into g5 followed, f into g5. The f file has been opened. And then white moved forward here with queen to f3. It ran into g4, but white doesn't worry. He just goes queen to f5. And if black took the pawn, then after bishop into h5 check, black is getting mated. So understandably, black didn't follow up with g into h3. But he is happy to get the pawn to g4. He has made significant progress. Now he just continues with bishop to f6, defending the e5 pawn, and also creating a little bit of space around the king. The next move, queen to e7, does that even better and creates the possibility of the king running away to the other side. White opens the position with f4. He's trying to open it up as much as possible because he has a few advanced pieces and black's king is still in the center. And black is keeping the tension with rook to g8. Right now, more opening up of the position isn't possible for white because the g5 knight hangs, and white has continued with bishop to d2. So this is the present position that we have. The position is actually quite interesting and exciting.
Yeah, totally. Yes. I mean, Yakubboev is still young, but Madaminov is even younger. And it's just amazing to see such a position arising on the board. It shows the fighting spirit of both players, even though the opening, I wouldn't have guessed that it was Caro-Kann. When we see this position, I wouldn't have guessed it was Caro-Kann. I might have guessed something like maybe French, or actually it could be some e4 e5 variation.
It can also be e4 e5. That's true. And actually, Caro-Kann and French, they do have a few things in common in terms of pawn structure. So that's you didn't have been totally off the guess if you had guessed it as French. But and I think we are also discussing earlier on the stream a few days ago that Caro-Kann, although it has always had this reputation of being a solid variation, in recent times black has found ways to play it a little more aggressively.
Right. Wow. This is going to be quite huge if Mukhidin wins this one, because then he would be the best Uzbek player in the field after round 7, of course. I mean, surpassing his seniors. We have Abdusattorov as well in this game, and he is pretty much. I think he might be in trouble against another youngster, Bharath Subramanian.
Let's have a look. So Abdusattorov, who's been finding the going not as smooth as you would have anticipated for him so far against the young and upcoming Bharath. And Right now, the position, we left the position at bishop e6. White played knight to b3. Black moved the bishop away to d6. And after knight d4, h4, knight into e6, queen into e6, we have a position where white continues to be pawn up. And black is still some way from opening lines against the white king. So Abdusattorov continued with queen to e3, attacking the a7 pawn. And black has responded with playing the king to b8, defending the a7 pawn. I think the position still looks even Stevens because, yeah, I mean, you have an extra pawn as white, but black has so much activity, and you have so much activity as black, but white is like, show me how you're going to open lines against my king. It's not apparent. It's not going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah.
So in that sense, it seems even Stevens. What is not even Stevens?
Yep.
Is the time situation.
Oh, I didn't notice that before. Abdusattorov is 20 minutes ahead in the time situation right now, and Bharath has to try to think faster because otherwise, it is still move 19. He still has to make 21 moves to the time control with only 15 minutes left on the clock. So I believe many of the players coming into this point is going to have the time trouble soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially if you have made only 19 moves, then I think all the more chances that you might get into time trouble. So, Nodebek is also someone who's, very experienced at having more time than his opponent because he always plays so fast. I think he's not in any danger in this position. But on the other hand, it's also not clear for him on having a straightforward apparent way to advance his position because I think one of the most important things you need in a position to create mode is pawn breaks, and for him the passage to advance his central pawns it's clear for the moment, but only for the next two moves. Like you put the pawn on e5 and d4, but there's no further way to increase to push it further. You can make some advances on the king side, on the queen side against black's king, but this would be too slow. And black is getting these pawns to g4 and g3 just in the next two moves. Making any pawn break on the king side, it just feels a bit off-putting and dangerous to me. And it also allows black avenues to either, open lines against the king directly or just make a small retreat, prepare it, and then open it up. So these are the options that white has to try and create pawn breaks, but right now it's not such a easy decision for him on which one he should go for.
Right, yes. Well, this game, I think it's going to take a while. And again, for Arjun's games, there's still no update. After Queen B3, Arjun still hasn't made a move. So probably he's still deciding what to, how to approach this position or this game. Because I think he sees it that, everything can be simplified very soon within the next few moves. Or maybe he's also thinking if he can keep complicating the position.
Absolutely, Irene. I think we went through something similar just a few moments ago, where we were also looking at all these different variations, which looked attractive at the beginning for white. But when we investigated it just a little bit, we found also defenses for black. And these were not so difficult defenses actually. And it ended up, going into liquidation and ended up being a draw. So Arjun has spent so far, he had 47 minutes at this point, and now he has 23 minutes. So he's already spent 24 minutes. He has less time than his opponent, and so far he doesn't seem to be having any success in being able to find a way to make things complex.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I think his next move would tell us what sort of a position, what sort of result that he's actually playing for. And I think we can also leave this one for a bit until Arjun plays his move. And let's update ourselves on the game between Karthikeyan versus Tabatabaei, because it was coming from an Alapin Sicilian. And in Alapin, it's always, white is always trying to attack the king on the king side, and then yeah, actually the present position is something that I would like to play as white actually.
Oh yeah, I can totally see you there in this position with the white pieces. And I see Amin has just made a move. White's last move was bishop e4. The idea is not it's not mainly to trade the light square bishop, but mainly to bring his own knight to f6, which the light square bishop on d7 was blocking. So he goes with the bishop to e4, and Amin has responded with rook a d8, trying to trade more pieces. If he trades more pieces and goes into an endgame, then White's weakness is on c3, a2 mainly, and also in some cases the e5 pawn would be a drawback in White's position. But on the other hand, if White is able to keep the initiative going, then Black can face some potential danger. And Irene, I would say you are an expert in keeping the initiative going. How do you continue here as White?
Okay, I think, well, I don't want to trade my rooks if possible. The first move that comes to my mind is to work out whether rook d6 is a good move or not.
Wow. Wow. What did that poor rook do to you?
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's if you just calculate, of course, it's going to be like a bad move. But this is my way of thinking. Like I always try to come up with some move that not trading, not like making anything simplified. But I think Karthikeyan just
Yeah, he almost played the rook to d6, but
but one square further, yeah, rook
Yeah.
takes d7 is on the board, and now Amin Tabatabaei is thinking on how to recapture it back. I think this is also a very good question. There are three pieces that can recapture the rook on d7, but I don't think the knight is, the piece to go.
yes, absolutely. I also completely agree with you. I don't want to touch this knight because just taking this knight away from f8 opens up so many options for White to, just demolish Black's king side.
Like knight
And
e6 is
ex-
there, right?
Yes.
And then you have to calculate all of these checks. Maybe black is fine, but it is the unnecessary complication for your position.
Absolutely. So for this reason, it's either the rook or the queen. And I'm leaning a little more towards the rook initially, Irene, because of a couple of reasons. Firstly, in the future, with the rook leading on the d file, it becomes a bit easier to try and go for the trade of pieces. And secondly, taking with the queen, I just want to. The queen is already defending the b7 bishop, and the queen is already doing some work. So I just feel the rook being a little more useful on the 7th rank intuitively. But apparently it's not such a straightforward decision to take because Amin is also he spent a couple of minutes already and he's taking his time deciding between the queen or the rook.
Yes, so I guess let's let Amin decides let Amin decide which piece that to capture the rook on d7, and we have some moves updates actually in the game between Sargsyan versus Arjun Erigaisi. So as we discussed, Arjun finally took the knight on e4. So bishop takes e4, rook takes e4 on the board, and after that he followed it up with rook b8. And I think we covered this variation as well, and we decided that rook b4 has to be the move, and there you go. We have the move on the board. Sargsyan just played it.
Yeah, and this was a position where knight c6, yes, exactly. We saw this exact variation, Irene. Knight to c6, and here we saw the variation with rook into b8 for White. But I think that's not his only option. He can put the rook in different places. Now, the variation with rook into b8 was something that seemingly went towards a draw. Let's say queen to c2, keeping the pin. Rook into b1, queen into b1, queen into a5, and taking with the queen because the a6 pawn needs protection against the f1 bishop. And here White can simply play the queen to b7 and recapture the pawn on a6. I think this just goes towards a draw. On the other hand, after knight c6, I'm not sure if rook into b8 is the only possibility. You can also play maybe the rook to b6 and try and keep something going. Now, the problem is knight takes a5 here, but yeah, actually this doesn't look so optimal. Yeah, like you just don't feel like giving up the a5 pawn, even if the computer bar doesn't mind this. I feel rook into b8 is the natural direction here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, yeah. There I was thinking, okay, this is my process of thought again. Like in the resulting position of the knight, sorry, what was it again? Rook b6, knight a5, and then knight. No, I want to play rook takes b8, and then knight takes b3, and I want to play bishop f4.
Wow. This looks
I mean,
so interesting.
I think you can play queen. Wait. Okay, my idea is if you play queen e7, then I'll take d8, queen takes d8, rook takes b3, and then the next move is rook b8, and then I don't think you can stop it.
Yeah, because bishop f8, rook b8.
And then bishop h6 is there, or bishop
Yes.
d6, depending where the queen goes.
Yes.
So that is one quick idea, but I'm sure I'm sure black has some reaction to that we have to think carefully. But this is something in your calculation that you have to also watch out for, because all these type of tactics, you sometimes don't expect them, but somehow it happens.
Absolutely. All these thoughts, it does come into your mind. And as black, if I think the problem here for white is that
Queen takes b8,
yeah, queen
yes.
takes b8.
Yeah.
And at the very least, black will not lose this. Although
It's a piece up, yeah.
maybe white, no,
Oh, sorry, there's
wait,
bishop
yeah,
c4. Yeah, but maybe now you have a pawn up, and then it's the a pawn. I don't know if you can actually put it into work, but there's always some hope. There's always some hope. Black,
Yeah.
black will be in a better position, but maybe with an accurate play, white will be able to defend it. But yeah, if this happens, I think I'm very confident for Arjun to win it.
Yes, absolutely. So this is the follow-up of this line with rook b6 here. And after knight into a5, we looked at, but maybe your idea with rook into b8 and bishop f4, maybe you can start with it here, Irene. You
Bishop
can play
f4
bishop
middle.
f4 first. This sets some tricky problems for black.
But this, yeah, actually you are right, because I was thinking of queen b6, but then we can just keep taking on b6 and a6 will fall. I was actually hoping that black could play a move like rook d1, but then I forgot with my own back rank. Yeah, there is rook b8 followed by bishop a6, and then black will lose on the spot, and it's actually you cannot avoid the mate.
Yep. So bishop f4 is possible, and it's a tricky problem. But how do you? I think maybe you just, as black, you just trade everything, yeah, like knight into b3, bishop into c7,
Yeah, bishop c7.
rook b6, bishop b6, and now there is a knight to d2, which is a very important move. Otherwise, black could be losing this. But knight to d2. This also, I guess, continues after if rook d1, then maybe there's
Knight
knight
f3.
f3.
Yeah, there's knight f3. So you have to. Yep. After knight d2, I think you have to capture the rook on d8, and then we land into this endgame where black is a pawn up, but since white has no longer a pawn up even after bishop takes a6. Right. Yeah, this just going to be quite drawish.
Yeah. The 3 versus 3, I think it's really not enough for white, even if he has the pair of bishops. In these cases, if there is an extra pawn on the queen side, then it changes the dynamics of the situation by a lot. But if it's 3 versus 3 on the same side, like what we have now, and with symmetrical pawns, it doesn't really matter what the configuration of the minor pieces are. It's going to be a draw. And in a lot of cases, it wouldn't matter what the even if it is rooks on the board, it wouldn't matter.
Interesting. Yes. Yeah, but I think if there is one major piece on the board, okay, depending where the major piece is, right? Let's say the rook. I feel a bit loose for the knight on b1 because I know you can put it on c3 and somehow it's protected, but having this type of position, it's an open position, so generally speaking, you would prefer to have bishops over knights.
True, absolutely. And with rooks, there are also, mating threats possible. Like imagine a rook on e1. But yeah, rooks combined with the bishops, yes, then there can be some mating options and ways to create concrete problems against the knight.
Okay.
But if it's rook without any minor pieces, then it's a pretty straightforward draw. Yeah.
Yeah, right. I just want to see the current position is knight c6. So we covered rook b6, we covered rook takes b8. Did we see rook b7?
We haven't.
I know it might not be looking likely, but at least just to see what's going on there.
So firstly the most obvious way.
Yeah, just
trade
fix everything.
And I take the a5 pawn.
Yeah, in which case I think I shouldn't take a6 because you have rook d1 and the bishop on c1 falls. So as for white in this position, what to do?
Just move the rook, yeah?
Move the rook, of course. Rook a7, I guess?
Yeah. Because now if I play rook d1, then again the same problem.
Yeah, but if rook a7, then what if I move my knight b3, attacking the bishop?
Yeah.
Oh,
this you can do.
Yeah, the funny thing is if you play bishop g5, f6 is not really a good move because of bishop c4.
But okay, the bar is it's not really moving so much.
I mean, it's gonna
Even
be
in
in
this
drawn,
variation.
yeah. Like
Yeah.
if takes everything, a6 fall, and then you land to this position where everything is just balanced with opposite card bishop.
Exactly. I think the variations that we are looking also shows the drawish nature of the position that, even unless white does something really bad for himself, it seems so he's taken rook into b8.
He's taken the b8 rook, and then now we'll see this this endgame. Rook takes b8, rook takes b8. I think that's for sure. Queen a2 or queen c2. Queen c2, I think more
Yeah.
precise, yeah.
Yeah, just to not allow this knight to move.
Right. So queen c2, rook b1, queen b1. Yeah, Sargsyan just did it. Queen c2 is on the board. And knowing Arjun spending so much time, like more than, I think, 23 minutes, he calculated everything until the end. And I think he's happy with the resulting position where there is no risk in black's position at all.
Yeah, but I feel we are probably going to see a draw soon from this position, because after queen into b1, how do you keep the game going as black? How do you protect the a6 pawn? I just don't see a way. And I can also feel it from the body language and expression of the players that they're also not quite excited yet.
Yes. I mean, somehow, although it started as a very exciting game, like opening wise, but both of these players have proven to be very solid and very level in this particular game. And then the position that we are currently seeing right now, yeah, it looks very balanced. And you were right. We can see from their body language that they could feel it, that this is just a very level game and it's very equal. And at some point, I was thinking there might be some draw offer, and we are not actually far from that, because after queen takes b1, it is move number 28. So Shan has to make another 2 moves, whereas Arjun has to make another 3 moves until they can legally offer a draw.
True. Yeah, it's a few moves away, a potential draw offer, and I'm also not sure if they will offer a draw or
Or just
they will
keep
play,
playing,
play
yeah.
till the kings. But yeah, in these kind of situations, when you know that there is a draw on the board, even if there is a 30 move rule in place, the players, sometimes they sense that it's going to be a draw. They can kind of, just see each other and repeat.
Yeah. It's some eye signal to one another.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even have to have the eyes meet. I think you can kind of see it in each other's body language, and but these are positions where uh, we are talking about positions which are like dead drawn. Yeah, not with some life remaining, and he's taken it with the knight.
With the knight,
Yeah,
yes.
so bishop into a6 will also, I feel, be on the board pretty soon.
I think so too, yeah, because what else can you play in this position? You just simply take the pawn on a6 and put everything in a protected squares, like bishop e3, for example, and maybe bring the bishop back to f1, and the position is risk-free for both of them.
Yes, risk-free for both of them, and particularly more. Yeah, it's risk-free for both of them. Not particularly any for any one side. 3 versus 3. If there's any side who can play for anything here, it's white because he has the pair of bishops. But it's not really much. It's not with anything that you can get from either side. And I have to say it's a fair result because it's been a more or less flawless game by both the players.
Yep.
Neither players made any mistakes, so I think draw is a justified and equitable result.
Yeah, I think a draw is a fair result, and I would like to leave this game for a bit, and we go to the second board because there's been some moves there, and I'll keep an eye. Should there be any move on Arjun's game, I'll let you know.
Yeah. So we left it at this point. Knight into d3, c takes d3. Black played the knight to c5, trying to trade more pieces. White understandably politely declined the trade offer with knight to d4. Black played b4, attacking the knight. The knight moved away to e2, and now black played the pawn queen to b6, protecting the b4 pawn, which was attacked by the bishop on d2. So queen to b6, and now white played rook to c1. a5 is the last move played by black here, and this is the present position that we have right now. So the position is heating up. It's getting intense and exciting. With a5, black wants to play the bishop to a6 to target this d3 pawn. As white, you have a choice whether you want to pay attention to this and try and fight against this, or go forward and create threats of your own.
I think.
I have a feeling I know which one you want to.
Okay, which one? Which move do you think I would try to play in this position?
I mean, I'm not sure about the move, but if I had to guess a move, then is it rook f7?
Yeah, rook f7. I'm ready after bishop a6. Then I can think of playing knight f4.
Yeah, I saw that coming. So I'll humor you. I'll keep going. g5.
Okay, g5. Oh, I'm so tempted. There's so many things going on right now. One is knight g6. One is rook takes c5. Maybe. I don't know if I can actually make a sacrifice with e6, but that's very tempting to play. Yeah, you put me on the spot. I really have to calculate in this position. So
Yeah, but why
help me
not?
out.
Why not just take on e6?
So takes a6, knight takes e6, knight c6, right?
Knight c6, not necessarily though, because you can also take on e6. Because after queen into e6, there's just rook f6.
I see. But I think knight c6 is just a big blow there because I am going towards the king.
Yeah, also crushing, I think,
Very
because
crushing, yes.
there's ideas with rook e7 check here. The d8 rook is hanging.
But don't take the rook yet. Maybe play a move like bishop e3. I don't know whether it's necessary though. I mean, I can actually just play rook a7 and then be happy with the position, or actually think about taking on d8. But I mean, you got the idea. The position is very nice for white.
Absolutely. So rook f7 seems actually very powerful here. And the threat also we have established is the knight into e6 with the idea of knight c6 check. Why doesn't because the knight is not on F. So rook F7, this is the position. Uh, Apart from creating threats against the black's king, this also prevents black from moving the bishop from F8. So that is one of its other advantages. Having this rook on F7, it prevents black from moving this bishop away. So black is stuck.
Yeah, black is stuck at the moment, and who is also going to be stuck in a equalist position is the game, the board one, Sargsyan Shan versus Arjun Erigaisi, because in that position, they just agreed to make a draw. There's been a handshake there between Sargsyan Shan, and I think they made it exactly on move 30. So after the queen straight and 31st, bishop takes a6, and there was a draw offer by Sargsyan Shan, and therefore I think Sargsyan is extending his lead after round 7 here in the Group A of the Qatar Masters Open, and Arjun is still trailing half a point behind Sargsyan, and therefore the second board of this round between Esipenko versus Salem will decide whether Sargsyan will be still the outright leader of the tournament, or if this happens to be a decisive game, then one of them will play against Sargsyan on the next round.
Yeah, one of them will catch up against Sargsyan. And so far, just based on the position right now, it feels like Esipenko looks set to be the one doing it. Of course, it's very early in the game to make predictions. It's just 23 moves so far. But we are about to enter one of the most tense phases in the game. It's 17 more moves for the time control and the last 30 minutes before the first time control. And he's going towards the rook to F7.
Rook F7, there you go. I mean, wow, this is just a very powerful move to make. 15 minutes versus 13 minutes with still so many moves to go. It's looking very, very cramped in the Salem's position. And on the other hand, for white, it's been a wonderful journey for all the pieces. So I'm hoping to see more actions on this game. But Srinath, I think we are due to our next break because we were waiting for the completion of Arjun's game and it ended with a draw. It was a very level game. I think a draw is a fair result. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a fair result. And I think both the players will not mind the result.
Yeah.
For Arjun, I think although he was probably looking to win, there's no reason to get desperate so early on. And for Shant, he's played one of the best players in this tournament. So he keeps very good chances of winning the tournament alive.
Yeah. Although with this draw, Arjun is not becoming like world number 3 in the life rating. But again, there's no reason to be desperate. There's still 2 more games to go for Arjun to keep up in the life rating list and also with the FIDE circuit points. So don't go anywhere. We'll come back with more actions of round 7 after the break.
chess player?
Magnus Carlsen.
And who do you root for the World Championship match, Ding or Gukash?
Well, I don't really follow up on chess, so I don't really know though.
Do you play chess?
I play, but I'm not master or I'm not good. But I know how to move the chess.
That's okay. So guys, do you play chess?
I do play chess.
Do you play chess too?
No, I don't.
Do you play chess online or over the board?
On the board. I prefer on the board.
And have you competed chess tournament recently?
It's been a few years back, not very recent.
How often do you play chess?
Well, it depends. In the summer, I play with my friends quite a lot though.
But what do you like the most about the chess when you play?
About smartness. Smartness, not.
Is there right now we're at the Formula One? Is there any connections in your mind between Formula One and a chess? Something similar?
Like fast thinking.
Hey, who's your favorite chess player?
Actually, I don't know regarding who's the player, but I don't know who's the good one and who's the master now. But I know how to play.
Yes. Who do you want to see in Qatar Masters? One of the top 10 guys, let's say, in the world of chess.
Definitely people like Magnus Carlsen, like championship winners.
أنا جعت. إيش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
دم. يلا على قطر.
عشرة على هواك يا نواف.
رد أبو نسب.
صوت العيال
معانا
هنا اشرب عسل.
ذي ولا ذي لأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواك. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي سبرايز.
Welcome back everyone, and round 7 is still ongoing. Even though the first board between Sargsyan versus Arjun Erigaisi has already ended with a draw, we still have many boards coming up, and the board that we're going to see next between Esipenko versus Salem will determine the outcome of the 7th round. Srinath, we have a few moves, some updates on this game, so let's take a look what's happening in this game.
Irene, Rook F7 was the last move that we saw. Black continued with Rook to C8, bringing his Rook to a better place. Now White moved his Queen in with Queen to G6, a powerful move. Black played the pawn to H5, just trying to get some air for his pieces. And now White has moved in with Bishop to E3, setting up deadly threats against the Queen on B6, which is already feeling uncomfortable with this Bishop being on E3. White will intend to follow it up with Knight to F4 next, but Black has played H5 precisely for this reason, that if White brings the Knight to F4, then Black can respond with Rook to H6. So, although Black's position looks precarious and at the brink, also there is still quite a bit of hard work left for White to do, and we are going to enter one of the most interesting and tense phases of this game, with both the players getting perilously short of time.
Yeah, yeah. But this h6, h5 move also, it gives me some ideas that the position in Black's game is very cramped, and he can't even afford a move like this. It means like it's almost no other moves could be useful to anticipate the attack by White. And I think we have a move from Salem. What is it, a4 or b3?
Yeah, I think it was a4, but I didn't want to risk it just in case.
It is
Yeah, there we
a4.
have it.
So a4, of course, the intention is to keep the initiative around the White's king, but also now, since White is already starting the attack, how to continue with it?
Yeah, I would love to get knight f4 in, but I need to see if rook h6 is a problem here. But in this case, maybe we can just move the queen back. We actually are getting a move, so yeah, knight to f4. Yeah.
Knight f4 is on the board, yes.
So I expect rook h6 also to come into the play, because with the e6 pawn hanging, I actually don't see another way to defend as black. So I think rook h6, and then the queen can either move to g5 or g3. When the queen moves away from g6, it allows black to create potential threats on the d3 point. So to be honest, Irene, although the computer loves white here, as black, I wouldn't totally give up my hopes, because with limited time, there's always possibilities to trick the opponent. But after rook h6, let's say the queen moves to g5. Here, something like queen a6 will not work because of this tactic with rook into f8, rook into f8, rook into c5, and the d3 pawn stays protected. White has won some material, and the only minor piece remaining in black's board is a very depressing bishop on b7. So this will not work for black, and if he's not able to move the queen, he's not able to move the rook. One piece he can maybe move is the bishop. So as black, I'll continue with a3, allow white to play b3, and then play something like bishop to a6 to try and create threats. But clearly there are possibilities for white also here after a3 in general. And even in this position, there are avenues to create threats with the white pieces. Rook into g7 is one of the moves that comes to my mind. Even if white doesn't do anything and stays with rook d1, I think white has a clear superiority. But there should be some tactic. Rook into f8, rook into g7, and this creates problems on the c5 knight. White can exploit it with some knight c6 check related tactic, followed by bishop into c5, and white's pieces enter into black's position.
Yeah.
So this is one of the major problems in black's position here, and this idea of rook into f8 seems to be there in a lot of different variations. For instance, here also there is the idea of rook into f8, and moving the knight to b3 to pin the b6 queen.
Wow. Yes, to pin the knight, Srinath.
Yeah.
The queen is behind the knight, yes. And then with three pieces attacking the knight on c5, yeah, the knight will fall very soon. You know what? The other board who is also having a very good position, no, it used to be a very good position just until one move ago. So let's move to the board between Karthikeyan versus Tabatabaei, because apparently Karthikeyan's last move is a mistake because he could have extended his advantage before that move.
Wow. So Karthikeyan just took g takes h5, and just quickly going to where we were to get context. We were at this point. Black took with the rook. The bishops got traded, and now white brought the rook to e1 in order to try and bring the knight to e4 and eventually towards f6. So black played h5, attacking the queen. The queen moved a bit away. Rook to d5 by black. Now the white knight comes in towards e4 and eventually to f6. Black defends it with knight to d7. The white queen moves in again with queen to g5. Bishop to f8. The bishop moving in to defend its king. Karthikeyan opened the black's king up with g4, intending to meet h takes g4 with h5. So black didn't respond to it, but instead he gained a move with bishop to g7, so that if white takes g into h5, then he can take on e5. He can use that one tempo to take the pawn on e5. And after g into h5, this is the present position that we have right now. And also Karthikeyan's mistake, according to the computer at this point, instead of g into h5, the stronger move is knight to d6, which is not hard to see.
Yeah.
But what he might have potentially missed is the follow-up. Let's say the black moves the queen. The follow-up is with queen to e7, and there's no way to defend the f7 pawn.
Oh, yeah, that's actually kind of a bit obvious, right? But I think he just, I don't know what he missed, because it looks like it's very straightforward. You just go knight d6, attacking the queen, and after queen e7, you're right. There's no defense against the f7 pawn. So what he just did is g takes h5,
And I can understand, Irene, to a certain extent, and my explanation would be that you're so focused on meeting the king
yeah,
that options to try and win material skips your mind. And also this bishop was on f8 on the previous move, covering the knight to d6. So his mind didn't update that the bishop went to g7. So g into h5 on the board, and
knight
we
takes
also,
e5.
knight takes e5
Yeah.
also on the board. I
And-
guess bishop into e5 was taken by white, and bishop into e5 was also taken by black, right?
I still don't have the move for white after knight takes e5, but yeah, I think this looks like it.
Yeah,
So-
kind of forcing moves.
So I think what he might miss is, yeah, I think you're just too focused on attacking the king. Yeah, maybe you missed this idea with bishop h2. This discovery check is very, very fatal. So that in this position, you either have to move the king or the queen.
Yeah. I would probably move the queen, because moving the king, it takes care of the threat of bishop h2 check, but there's also the threat of bishop into c3, and it doesn't address both the threats together. So you have to move the queen away somewhere, and maybe the closest square is g4. So I keep an eye on the g6 pawn, but I also attack the e6 pawn, and in the future, it can help me do some knight g5, knight e6 related ideas.
Yeah, but yeah, what a miss, right? Because in that position, I think not only knight d6, but I think white can also have another idea in that position before g takes h5. Maybe like a move like c4 even, try to attack this rook first. Yeah, but
Yeah, there are a lot of interesting ideas here, and a lot of tempting options for white.
yeah, but of course 96 is the most straightforward move in that position. Okay, I'm checking other position. Can we quickly check? Wait, do we have a move here? I think
it's queen g4.
Karthikeyan just played something. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
queen g4 as well.
Yeah.
So after queen g4, you're still trying to attack the g6 pawn. But what can be the best reaction for black in this position?
With black, I think it's tricky, Irene.
The thing is, it is not really like an attack. Like for example, if I play bishop g7 right now, and then you take hg, and I think I can even think about f5.
Yeah, I see. You need my pawn on g6 though for this, because if you start with f5, then the queen can take the g6 pawn. But if the white's own pawn is on g6, then this queen into g6 idea is not possible, and black plays f5. Interesting. That's a very interesting and instructive defensive idea. Meanwhile, do we have some major updates in the...
Esipenko's game?
Yes.
Yes, let's take a look, because apparently there's been some capture on e6 and it changed a lot in the game. So we left it off after knight f4.
And I was anticipating rook to h6 here, but Salem played queen to a6, And I anticipated rook h6 because I thought the e6 pawn was hanging. So queen to a6 is probably, this was a counterplay that I kept trying to make it work for black, but for some tactical reason it was not working. And in the game as well, it seems like it doesn't work because of this idea with knight d into e6. And Salem might have countered on rook to h6 here, but maybe he forgot that white can simply take knight into c5 because this attacks the queen on a6 and the queen on g6. White's queen is protected by the knight on g6. And this also allows rook into b7 with a check.
I see. And also in that type of position, after rook takes g6, knight takes a6, rook takes a6, you take on c8 and bishop f8 falls.
Yes, absolutely. So black loses mass material in a lot of these lines. And after knight d into e6, it seems to me that white is almost winning here.
Looks like it, yeah, because, well, Salem has to figure out in about 3 minutes, but in all options that black has in this position, none of them I like.
So he has gone d4, which seems like a bit of a desperate move, Irene, and it seems like white can simply take the pawn with the bishop. Now, the good thing about this move is that this bishop finally sees the light of day, but the bad thing is it doesn't really achieve anything in particular. So if white just takes bishop into d4, all the same problems that black had in the previous move, they remain, they continue, and maybe he's intending something like knight into e6 here. But again, after queen into e6, I don't really see any major problems for white as such. So after bishop into d4, I just don't see a problem for white here.
Yeah, I think white just can keep collecting all the extra pawns, and we'll see a move soon from Esipenko. And it looks like he's capturing the pawn. Yes, bishop takes d4 is on the board.
Yeah, bishop into d4 on the board, and Salem's time counter again begins. He has barely 92 seconds remaining on the clock for 11 more moves, and his position is completely in shambles. I have a feeling that in the next 5 to 10 minutes, we are going to see Esipenko catching up with Sargsyan.
Yeah, wow, what a match it's going to be. Tomorrow, if Esipenko wins this, he's going to take on Shan. But what about the color?
So, in general, in such situations, for the higher seeded player, where there's equal points, the higher seeded player, the colors continue without it being broken. So, in this case, Esipenko is the higher rated player. He's a higher seeded player. So, as far as I understand, Esipenko should be the one playing blank and Shant should be playing white. And the same logic was applied in the previous round. Salem and Esipenko both had the black pieces in the previous round. But because Esipenko is the higher rated player, he got white in this game. And Salem continued with black. He got 2 blacks in a row. So this is based on my understanding of how the pairing system works, but it's complex. So I can't be 100% sure.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we'll see tonight because the pairings, after all the games being completed, the pairings will be published. And
He has taken knight to
yeah, Salem has taken the knight on e6, and Esipenko capturing it back with the queen. Yeah, exactly what you were already mentioning before. So now the current position that currently occurred, white has 2 extra pawns, and actually those 2 pawns are 2 connected pass pawns in the center.
Yeah, 2 connected pass pawns in the center, and Irene, the defense of the black's king doesn't get easier even with the trade of a few heavy pieces. White's campaign against the king will continue, and black's problem of the bishop on f8 and rook on h8 has also still not been solved throughout the whole game. It's been 30 moves, and those pieces are still haven't made a single move in the game.
Ooh, rook takes c1. Okay, only move king takes c1.
Yeah.
But this is pretty much what you said before. Like it's just a band-aid for for the wound, yeah, because
Yeah.
the scar is actually very big in this position. It's so hard to solve everything. And also 30 seconds left for Salem to figure out what to do on the next move.
He doesn't have a move.
He doesn't have a move, yeah? Yeah. If the queen takes e6, knight takes e6, then that's pretty much, you don't have any hope anymore. But again, if you don't, and you you call it right away, Srinath. He doesn't have a move. He listens to you and he resigns. Yeah, but what a game by Esipenko. It's very powerful. He played pretty much all the simple and natural moves in the opening, but they are very strong. And then he kept all the initiative alive. And in the time scramble, he was just enjoying the position because he was dominating the position.
Yeah, beautiful play by Esipenko, who set the tone in this tournament by with a very nice win against Surya Ganguly. I remember that game where he started with 1d4 in the Queen's Gambit declined, and he didn't get much out of the opening. And yet he outplayed a strong player like Ganguly. And then since then, he's been playing very effective fighting chess. Even the two games that he drew, one against one of them with the black pieces against Naidish, they were all fighting games where he always kept his chances alive. So far, both these leaders, Shant as well as Esipenko, they've been playing super strong chess. They've been creating a lot of opportunities without really getting themselves in danger. And talking about being in danger, we just saw the third board where the Black's king was in danger, but he's just brought his bishop to g7, and this game also enters a very interesting phase where both the players are down to just 2 minutes each for the next 11 moves.
Oh yeah, that's right. 11 moves to go for both players. And this is exactly the position that we saw before. Yeah, bishop g7 inviting white to capture the pawn on g6, but then f5 comes with a heavy price there.
Yeah.
So I think in this position you have to move either the queen or the knight.
Yeah, you have to move either the queen or the knight. Somehow you don't feel like moving this knight on e4, yeah, but you just move the queen on the previous move as well. I think this is why Karthikeyan is spending a lot of time, because the options, it just doesn't feel so great. And I can also understand if he thought this position was super promising and exciting for him, because from far it's very easy to miss this idea of H and f5.
Right.
This defensive resource.
But after bishop g7, can I just move my knight to, to be more forward? Let's say knight g5.
You can, but you're also burning some of your bridges here. But maybe you don't want to move this bishop away from Black's perspective. But knight g5 looks tempting, Irene. Maybe, I don't know. I'm afraid to make a move as Black here because there is a very strong danger of getting mated.
Yeah, that's true. Just take on c3.
Yeah, I saw this, but then I thought maybe you'll
but
create
just rook
something.
e6.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook e6.
Yeah, also rook e6 related. But rook e6 I don't have rook d1.
No, you don't. Yeah. Otherwise, it would be nice. Oh, queen g2 is on the board. So Karthikeyan decided to just step down with the queen. But it means, there's another trap setting up. If you take the pawn with anything, with the rook or with the pawn, the move is the same. Knight f6 is there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's so well pointed out. In fact, after g into h5, I didn't see knight f6 check, I was thinking about c4. I thought I should bring your rook to d7. I don't know why I didn't see knight f6 check first, but yeah, it's the same idea. And queen g2 feels strong.
It is, yeah.
With the threat of h into g6 now.
Yeah, now hg is white's intention. Wow, okay, how many minutes left? 90 seconds for Tabatabaei, and it's already been under a minute for Karthikeyan.
It looks very tense to me. The situation for Black, it looks very tense. I can also feel Amin being really tense here.
Yeah.
We can, very, very less time, and it's very easy to make blunders in this type of situations, even for such high-rated players.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think in this position, black has to accept the fact that whenever HG happens, you cannot open the G file and you have to prepare for F5. So probably what I was thinking is, since the queen is always, behind the rook, hanging in the air. So can we just move it to D7? And after HG, then I can still play F5. And after knight moves, then I can over-trade to D1.
Yes, you can do this, but in this case,
I just saw it. There's queen A8.
Yeah, but you still have bishop F8.
Yeah, but this looks a bit loose. What do I do here?
Karthikeyan, we have a couple of moves.
Oh, actually, queen E7 is on the board. Yeah, Karthikeyan.
Yeah, actually, queen E7 it feels a bit more precise to me than queen D7. Karthikeyan has also played the knight to G5. So his threat is queen into D5 as well as H into G6. But here, maybe black can utilize this with bishop to F6 with the idea of bishop into G5.
That's true. But do we have to neutralize it? Can we take the pawn on C3?
You can. I was just worried about this rook being captured. But then you can also capture the white rook. So bishop into C3 also works, I guess.
Yeah, and there's only one check that you can play here. Queen A8, I think you have to do that because otherwise you lose the tempo. And yeah, I think just king G7, right? Oh, king G7, H6.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
so it's almost certain that after queen A8, queen F8 has to be played. Yeah, still have to be careful.
And now maybe I take this pawn. Yeah.
Okay, so Karthikeyan just played something. So it means there's been a move by Tabatabaei.
So knight G5, queen F6 was the move, Irene.
Oh.
And he blundered.
Oh,
queen into
takes
D5.
D5.
He takes D5.
Oh,
wow.
And then just rook D8.
Yes. This is all happening. Rook E8 check, bishop F8. It's all gonna happen. Rook into F8 check was taken. King into
And
F8.
it's gonna be a zugzwang in the end with the outside pass pawn. Whenever G5 happens, H5. This is a thematic pawn's endgame.
Yeah, and how quickly has Karthikeyan seen this? He spotted it almost instantly, like a tiger leaping over its prey. And now Amin also sees it. He also sees it, and look at his reaction.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. Yeah, oh my gosh, this is exactly the moment that all chess players will not like to have.
I know. The guy works so hard for almost close to 4 hours, and with just one move, queen F6, it was like stepping on a landmine, and the position just blew to pieces after this one small mistake. Karthikeyan also pouncing on it instantly, and he's on his way to get back. Karthikeyan had a difficult game yesterday. With he lost yesterday, I think, with the white pieces, but his pawns back immediately. Maybe his second also gave him a file named Strike Back.
Yeah. You know what? I was actually noticing that when he was pouncing because Amin's just made a blunder. It feels like good cash after seeing Queen C8, and there is a resignation, and I think we can actually showcase it to our viewers why Amin resigned in this position, because in the up for a few moves, we can see after king g7 and then knight takes f6, king takes f6 and h6. And this is a very, very common principle or pattern in the pawn's endgame, where the pawn on h6 is going to be untouchable. So the king will be in a zugzwang position where it cannot move, because whenever the king moves, h7 will come. And then if g5 happens, the only move for white is to play h5 to stop the king from approaching the pawn. And in the meantime, white's king will just try to collect all the pawns and possibly, just capturing everything. And in the end, the black's king on f6 will lose all the time. And it has to move, and whenever it moves, the pawn on h6 will move forward to h7 and promote to h8. And this position is pretty much unavoidable in their game, and therefore Amin Tabatabaei just, he didn't waste any time, and then he resigned because he trusted that his opponent would find all these sequences.
Right. That's beautifully explained, Irene. And this was the turning point in their game when Amin played queen to f6, allowing this move queen into d5, which already I feel could potentially be one of the moves of the day.
Yeah. But it's also very useful to know this endgame knowledge, and especially when you only have less than 1 minute on the clock, and then you have to think fast. You cannot calculate until the end. But once you understand this type of pattern, it comes to you very naturally, and you already got your instinct to it, and it's very fast for you to find everything. And both of them, of course, know this type of pattern. Karthikeyan played for it, and Tabatabaei resigned just because of this very, I think it's a very popular pattern in the pawn's endgame.
Absolutely. I call these checkpoints, like checkpoints of images in your brain. You know this theoretical position, and it helps you see things from far and take decisions earlier.
Yes.
And moving on to some of the other interesting games, which is in time trouble.
Yep.
Now, one of the games which we kept looking back and forth is a game between Nodebek against Bharath Subramaniam, in which 3 moves are left for the 40th move. And Nodebek has just played his king to f2. He keeps his extra pawn, which he had from the beginning, and it seems like the position has clarified significantly in favor of white. The black queen went to c1, and Nodebek just easily defends that pawn with queen to e2. Now, attempts to create problems with queen to h1 is easily dealt with by just moving the king forward here, and there's no threat of perpetual check because the king just keeps moving forward. If black does not create any threats, then this e-pawn just rolls forward. So it seems like Abdusattorov is also all set to score one more win.
Wow. Yeah, and when he wins, then he's back in the contention. Yeah, and we have a few moves there. Can we see what's happening?
Yeah. So he played the queen to h1 and king e3. Almost what speed? It's almost as if he's playing blitz.
Yeah. Well, I think those moves they have to come automatically for Nodebek, Abdusattorov, and
yeah, and it's also his trademark body language. It's trademark intimidation body language. It's trademark speed. You can, if you noticed, already each player has their own distinctive body language. Yeah, you saw Karthikeyan, who keeps rocking back and forth when he's thinking. Nodebek with his extreme confidence. And with c6, Bharath makes the 40th move. Nodebek is absolutely, I think he knows, he can clearly sense that he's winning here. He senses that the position is in his favor, and he seems high energy.
Yeah, but who is also not out in the woods is the 2 young Uzbeks here, Madaminov, Mukhirin playing against Yakubboev, Nodebek. They are still on move 38, so still 2 more moves to go to make the time control, and Mukhirin just played a move there. What is it? Queen e3 is on the board.
Yeah, this is also a very, very interesting game, Irene, with all 3 results possible. Black has 2 knights against the rook and the bishop, and yeah, it's a very interesting combination. It's a battle of the cavalries, the knight against some of the heavy cavalry, the rook and the bishop, but it's also aided by the pawns on the king side versus the white's pawns on the center. So there's imbalances all around. The position just screams imbalance.
Right. Wow. So Yakubboev has to figure this out in about 30 seconds left. He has to make 2 more moves until he can get an extra 30 minutes on the clock.
Knight to h4 to me is one of the natural moves, but he goes knight f3 check immediately, which also makes sense to me. As white, rook into f3 is also one of the options, and he can, I think rook into f3 is maybe the only move, so he has to take it. He will take it, g into f3 will happen, and I think we'll reach the 40th move.
Yes, rook takes f3, g takes f3, and yeah, they're already on move 40 right now. But do you think Mukhirin will just play his 41st move quickly? Yes, he did. Queen takes f3 is on the board, and now it's time for Yakubboev to think a little bit here. What do you think is going to happen here? Queen c5, queen g5. Starting with the checks first. Maybe there's something better, but I always start with any possible checks.
Checks, threats, and captures, yeah?
Exactly. So which check do you think that he's going to go? Because he's about
G5, 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 G5.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, looking at how the hand is played, yeah, it looks
Yeah.
like g5 is the intended square. Queen g5, okay, how to counter this check? There are a few things. Bishop g2 is one. What else? King h1 is one, but it's always tricky when you still have a knight on the board, and especially when a knight is paired with a queen. It's always very tricky for the opponent, of course, to guess what is the intention here. So, you know what? I think Mukhiddin will calculate in this position, and meanwhile, I think we can switch to board 5. It's between Luke Mendonca versus Abdisalimov. They just actually entered move 40, so they also gained another 30 minutes extra on the clock. But how is the evaluation of the current position, do you think?
Oh, the position looks unusual, Irene. It's 4 pawns versus 4 pawns. But the structure looks so unusual. The pawns on c4 and c3 and the black pawns on f5 and f6 standing out. White's knight on e3 is attacking the f5 pawn, but so is black's knight on b6 attacking the c4 pawn. And this is preventing white from moving forward in the game so far. But on the other hand, this knight on e3 seems to be doing a better job than this knight on b6. The rook on h1 seems to be doing a better job than the rook on b8. And this could explain why the position is slightly in favor of white. But also on the other hand, it's not a substantial edge for white.
Yeah, but can black, black's intention after king d7 is to protect the f5 pawn with the king so that black can free up the knight on b6, potentially to go to a4, and with the idea of rook b2, attacking the king and therefore having more active pieces on the board. So now with that intention, can white do something to prevent it or simply to anticipate this idea?
So to prevent the knight from moving, one of the easiest things to do is put your rook on b1. And this also in certain cases creates the threat of knight to d5 in certain instances. Like for instance, if you take your king away, okay, then there's this option of knight to d5. And even though black can tactically defend the rook with knight d7, this allows white to make some significant progress in the game because you've got your knight to d5 and you've pushed your opponent's knight back. So rook to b1 is one of the moves. Without making a move on the board and trying to understand the options, rook h7 check is one candidate move on this side. Then on the other side, there's rook to b1, there's rook to a1. I think these are the three main moves that I would consider in this position.
Yeah.
I like both these options, rook b1 and rook a1, because rook h7 check is basically just one check. The king goes to e6, and the question is then what? Like, what is the future of this rook? If you attack the pawn with rook c7, then I think black can defend it with king to d6, or maybe even rook to c8, offering trade. And therefore I feel this rook is best placed on either b1, or having spent some time in the position, I also like the placement of a6 for this rook. So in this case, starting with rook h7 check is also not so bad, because you're forcing black to defend the c5 pawn, and in the process you can try and take your rook to a6 in a situation where the black king is more far away from the b6 point. Whereas if you start with rook a1, it alerts black to the idea and he can bring his king closer. But yeah, I think all these three moves are possible. And having spent some time in this position, I can also understand why White is better here. He's the one with the initiative. He's the one attacking the pawns. The f5 pawn is a big problem for Black here. Black cannot fight his way out of this problem with something like rook to g8 because after knight into f5, White not just takes a pawn but also defends the g3 pawn. So this is the problem for Black, the f5 pawn, and it's not so easy to defend.
Yeah, it's not so easy. Yeah, it's not so easy as well. And well, I think we come to the situation where most of the games are in the end game stage right now. But I think we can see the game between Adhiban versus Vokhidov because it is looking like very interesting rook endgame with the pawns here, and looks like they're going to repeat the moves with all these checks on the back rank.
Yeah, seems so. Because although Adhiban has an extra, yeah, there we have it. That's a good moment to
No,
reach here.
Adhiban listens to me. I told him, wait until I cover your game and then you can, shake hands. And then yeah, we land in the right moment. So I think I've been following the game secretly actually because we've been focusing on Arjun's game a lot and also Esipenko's game. But yeah, the game has been pretty level. And then although the resulting position in this rook endgame, White has a pawn up, but yeah, Black has always maintained control despite being a pawn down. So yeah, you cannot really promote the C pawn without losing the promotion on G1. So I think this is a very level game from both players. Very well played. And we also have actually another result in the top 10 boards. Board number 8.
Artemiev, yeah?
Artemiev once again Roger Ritvik, who lost yesterday against Esipenko.
Yeah. Ritwik has been having a tough last two games. He had a tough game yesterday, a tough and long game. And also today against Artemiev, it was never going to be an easy game. And Artem is also moving forward in the tournament with this win with 5 out of 7. In a way, they are within the striking distance of the leaders right now. And I think with 5 out of 7 also, with the potential winning score being 7 out of 9, you at least have a chance of reaching the playoff for the first place. Although it's very unlikely that you will reach the first place with clear first place. But I think you have a chance of reaching at least playoff for the first place.
Right. I would like to divert your attention to the game between Lodici Lorenzo versus Parham Maghsoodloo because it looks like there might be an upset on this board.
Wow. It's looking tough for Parham, this tournament. Yesterday we saw this very interesting game of his. He was, having an advantage for the most part. And then it reached a rook and bishop versus rook. And although Parham and Idani were playing against each other yesterday, one thing I noticed is almost every evening they come back and have dinner together as a team.
Yeah. Last night, yeah, I could totally recall that because they were sitting on the table where we usually sit as a team, right? So that's when
I know.
Well, that's when we noticed that the Iranian team, they're taking over our table. But okay, it's always good to see such a cheerful spirit of the players after the game, even though they just played against each other. But it's just what's on the board. Off the board, they're all friendly, and then they analyze the games together. They talk, they discuss about the game, about the chess openings a lot. So I enjoy seeing such a scene.
By the way, so this position I saw a beautiful variation. So White is an exchange up and one pawn up, and Knight e5 it's a natural move to make in this position, attacking the queen because the bishop on c3 is pinned. And let's say I move the queen to e3, and it's tempting to take the pawn on c4, right? Okay, he's already played the knight to g5. But since we are here already, let me just quickly show the variation I had in mind. It doesn't work. I saw rook g7 check here.
And then queen g5, yeah?
And then bishop into f6, but the queen on a3 is protected. And then queen g5 is also there, but this
it's just a draw.
Yeah. Anyhow, so Parham went with the knight to g5 with the idea to play bishop to h3 or bishop to f3. There's still the element of opposite color bishop on the board. So black has potential to try and create some threats with his bishop. The problem with the knight to e5 was not queen e3 but queen to d5, which would have just entered into the position.
Right.
So he went with the knight to g5 instead. So there is also the option to swing back with bishop e6 in case white goes queen d5. And apart from that, there are also threats against the king.
But what happened if you just move the queen a bit further to d8?
That's a very good question, which allows us to again illustrate black's idea. So bishop. So first of all, this knight being on g5 ensures that even if white gets the queen to g8, let's say queen into c3, queen to g8 check, the black king is still safe because the h7 pawn is protected. So you can put the king to h6, not to h5. That would be checkmate after rook h7, knight h7, queen h7. I'll just put it on the board.
Is it checkmate there? Oh, I mean, you mean this position. Yeah.
After king d5, there's h4.
Yeah, I was thinking of queen h4 and it's not a checkmate there. I just play the h4 with the pawn.
Yeah. But with the king to h6 and now the h7 pawn is protected. So the knight on g5, it serves both an attacking function against the white king as well as the defensive function for the black king. And there is still, I think, some work to do for white here before he's able to finish this off with a win. It's not totally trivial, I think.
Yeah, I think, I mean, also he has more time on the clock right now. He just gained 30 minutes on the clock, so he has all the time to calculate this. And yeah, looks like Parham is having such a difficult tournament, especially yesterday. He was winning against Idani, but then he failed converting it and had to satisfy with a draw. And meanwhile, I think we can also see there's been some updates on the result in the lower board. We didn't see this game at all. It's between Nihal Sarin versus Polina Shuvalova, which ended with a draw. I was checking this game again secretly, and at some point Nihal was actually better, but Polina Shuvalova proven to be a very tough contender, and then she defended everything very well, and then the final position, you cannot really hope for any winning chances here.
That's very well summarized, Irene. And there's also the danger for a top player in a tournament like this. You make, let's say, a few solid draws, and the opposition doesn't get any easier, even if they are significantly lower rated than you, and it becomes very tough to score a single win. We saw this happening to Vokhidov, and Nihal has also kind of gotten into a rut with 5 draws in a row. And there's really nothing much that they did wrong making these draws. Their opponents have simply been incredibly solid. And we also have a result in the Nordebek.
The Abdusattorov Nordebek.
Yes.
Oh, it feels like you're playing with magic, you make Nordebek appear on the video, and suddenly you make them disappear again.
Well, it kind of, they did disappear from the board because Nordebek also, the defending champion Nordebek, Yakubboev, also repeated moves. It just happened with queen g5 check and queen e3 check after the 40th move. And the game between Madaminov against Nordebek Yakubboev has ended in a draw. And in the other match involving a Nordebek, Abdusattorov against Bharath Subramaniam, black resigned here because there's simply no way to prevent this e7 pawn from reaching e8 and queening.
Right. The other Nordebek, they agreed to repeat the moves with all these checks, I guess. Yes. And then therefore, I think we have 2 games left still played, and I think we can just focus on the game between Lodici versus Parham, because yeah, this could be an upset because on the other game.
Oh, Irene, would
Yes?
you play Rook G7 check here?
I was actually thinking to play e5, not Rook G7.
Okay.
But if Rook G7 happens, oh, you mean Rook G7, King G7, and then Bishop takes F6, yeah?
Yes.
And so you cannot take it then. Okay, if
So
you
you cannot take it.
if you cannot take it, then the king has to move elsewhere. Where does it go? Okay, King H6, let's say.
Yeah, and
But
now I
then-
can anyway follow you with Rook into G5.
Yeah, Rook takes G5, and then wherever the king goes, it's with a check. So it means maybe King H5, so that when you take on G5, I can take it with the pawn without risking to be in the discovery check. But then this is still also winning. Maybe just play E5. Because anyway, whenever you have a check down there, there is always Bishop D2. But okay, the computer doesn't like my idea. So there should be a more forcing. Oh, I know. H3. You just simply get after, or take this bishop, because wherever bishop goes, you play G4 with a check. But if the bishop doesn't go, then you just win an extra piece. No, that one I think is Queen F3.
Queen
yeah?
F3, yeah.
Yeah, Queen F. But Queen F3, King G6.
Queen F6.
Queen F6 is there. Yes. Yeah, and then after G4, then yeah, it's just gonna be some checkmate coming up soon.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I think he's looking for it. Rook G7 might be is going, to be the move.
Yeah, Rook G7 would be beautiful if it comes on the board. And the problem with E5 check is that there's also the option of bishop to F5, which doesn't immediately finish the game, but you might be able to play Rook G7 check here as well. After King into G7, here the idea is not to take bishop into F6, but simply Queen into F5. But this to me looks more artificial, whereas starting with Rook G7, once you see it, you want to make it work, yeah?
Exactly. Yes. And I think he feels it, he feels the danger of Rook G7, and he wants to make sure that this move really works, because it is a sacrifice, and typically with sacrifices, they are very committal. Once you go for it, there's almost no turning back. So you have to make sure the sacrifice work, because otherwise, once you lose the material, once you lose even the tempo, then everything can be backfired. Because also, white's position is not 100% safe. If black would come up with any checks on the F3 or H3, black can actually make some danger there. So.
Yep.
It's
Absolutely.
yeah.
That's why I wanted to remove this knight from the board ASAP, because I saw all these dangers. And then when I saw this Rook G7 and Rook into G5, the potential to make it work, I just couldn't stop myself. And maybe the other way of getting rid of this knight away from G5 is also to play the pawn to H4. Which not just attacks the knight, but it also creates, in some cases, potential squares for the king. But okay, that's not really a major factor here. But mainly just disturbing the knight away from its nice square on G5. And we don't need to worry so much about the queen checks on A2 in general, because firstly there's Rook B2. Which attacks with the tempo, and in certain other cases there is bishop to D2. So I think white has multitude winning options here.
Right.
And we're about to see a move.
Oh,
H4.
H4 is on the board. I was hoping Rook G7 to be the move, actually. Yeah, Rook G7 would have been nicer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I think it's also another question to ask to Lodici, if anyone can actually ask him.
Did you see Rook G7
Yeah,
check?
whether he saw Rook G7, and if he saw why he refuted the idea. But then if he
I think he would have seen it.
he would have seen it, yeah?
But I think why he may have rejected it is because of this variation after H5, when it was not totally clear.
After rook takes g5.
King h5. Sorry,
King
rook
h5,
g7,
yeah.
king h5.
Rook g5 and then f takes g5, and then in that
H3.
position you have to play h3. Yeah, this little move can be easily missed.
Yeah. I think h3 is not that easy to see. So I think it's understandable with h4 being a safer move, I think. Also the variations that we just saw, all the different checks, they are sort of not that difficult to neutralize. And I think this rook g7 check is not totally out of the picture. Like for instance, bishop f3 check, natural move.
Yes.
I go king f2 because I want to stay close to your bishop.
Okay.
And you take bishop into e4.
Yep.
And I think here also rook g7 check has a role to play.
Interesting.
But it's even more effective here because king to h5, I think I can...
Queen e2, at least there's queen e2, but of course you can think about capturing.
Yeah. Clearly I've been spending time with you because I'm also looking at all sacrifices. First thing I see in the position.
Yeah, and then after king h6.
King h6, now I just simply
No,
take
after
the
king
knight.
h5, queen e2, king h6.
Okay. Yeah, king h6, and I would think the simplest way is to just take the knight, king into g7.
King g7,
and now
and then just
bishop
keep
into
taking,
f6 check.
yeah. Yeah, takes f6, takes e4, and then yeah, you just win this position.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so h4 is on the board. If I want to keep making this position a little bit complicated, can I try to play knight e6 instead of bishop f3?
I guess you have to do something like this for sure. At the very least, you're taking care of the threats of rook to g7 here. At the very least.
But now there's no more exact... Oh, bishop f3 is on the board. But I just want to point out this one. In this position, you can even think of e5 maybe? Because after e5, you have to block the check with f5 or bishop f5.
Yeah, bishop f5, you have
There's
h5
h5,
check.
yes. So I think you have to do it with the pawn. But then in this position, you can force some change. Like, for example, queen d6.
Because queen
being,
e2, there's rook b2.
Yeah, just being clinical here.
But here I'm not so sure because there is queen into c4.
Queen c4, right. Yeah, you always have everything, Srinath. Yeah. So probably not the most clinical way to solve this position then.
Yeah.
But bishop f3 is on the board, so let's take a look at the position of the bishop f3. And now where does the king go? Does it matter for white about where the king goes?
I'm not sure. Let's try king h2, bishop into e4, and there's I think rook g7 check anyhow.
Yeah, I think you have to make it work. Rook g7.
Yeah. So I think it doesn't change a whole lot. The only difference might be actually I don't see the difference.
As long as you don't go to the first rank, I guess, yeah. Then because there's queen
that
c1.
also depends. Yeah, king f1 there's queen c1. And otherwise there are something or another.
Yeah, if queen there, then there is what kind of... Yes, same queen c1, I guess.
Yeah.
So
here you can also maybe start with knight h3.
Yeah, as long as you stay on the second rank, white is safe. And I think we have a move. Where does the king go?
f2.
f2, okay. Yeah, that's very safe because you don't want to put your king into a situation where
there's no escape.
There's no escape, and there could be like one move mate on h1. Yeah, so king f2, okay. And now the next move should be coming very quick, I guess. Black doesn't have many options in this position. If you decide to take on e4 with the knight, like knight takes e4, then king takes f3, you don't mind getting into this position where everything is simplified because white has an exchange up. So, I thought the knight can take on c3, but it's pinned.
Yeah.
So after queen takes c3 is king takes e4.
The power of the king.
The power of the king, yes. So this is not a good alternative for black. And then if bishop takes e4, I think we already discussed that. It's rook g7.
The beautiful rook g7. So you would love to see this on the board, right? Bishop E. I think I would also love to. Who wouldn't love to see this on the board? Parham, yes, but apart from that, everyone who's not on the losing side would love to see this on the board. We saw Paravian allowing checkmate on the Arjun board,
Yeah.
but okay, he has taken Bishop E4.
Okay, Bishop E4 is on the board. Now it's the time for G7 to play. There is no other move, right, Srinath?
Yeah, and he had to see this to get here, so it has to come on the board because it wouldn't make sense. Yeah, there we have it.
Rook G7. Now this is such a nice move. You know what? This could be, apart from Queen takes D5 of Karthikeyan versus Tabatabaei, this Rook G7 could be the move of the day as well.
Yeah, I like this more because this, in a way, it's more. It's hard to say, but I think this is a bit simpler.
It's a bit simpler, and we can see the end of the game from this move. Because the other one, I mean, it was beautiful, but you also have to know this pattern in the pawn endgame to really understand what the sacrifice is about. And King H5 is on the board, and now what did we discuss before? Queen E2, yeah? Queen E2, I think.
Yeah, Queen E2. Queen E2 is what we discussed, but it might not be the only way.
I think
now that this position is there, I'm even thinking of G4.
Even Queen D1, I think it's also working, but he played G4.
Yeah.
Wow. So if King takes G4, there is Queen G3 followed by Rook takes G5, and it's going to be mate on G5.
But King into G4, you can even take Queen into E4 check.
King H6.
Now we'll see H into G5, and I think resignation. But okay, H into G5, there's F into G5. But okay, then there's Queen H3 checkmate.
Yeah, there's Queen H3 checkmate. Do you think Parham will allow? No, he allows
He allows.
Wow. Kudos to Parham Maghsoodloo for allowing this to happen. And wow, what a game. I'm so happy that we actually covered the good part of this game actually, because this is nice to see such sportsmanship shown by players. Yesterday we saw David Paravian allowing the checkmate against Arjun Erigaisi. Today, Parham Maghsoodloo also allowed the checkmate against Lodici Lorenzo. And yeah, this is one of the upsets, I think, in the top boards, in the top 10 boards.
Absolutely, it's a major upset, and this I think basically rules Parham out of contention of a top finish in this tournament. Although with 2 more rounds to go, there's still a lot of prizes to play for, and amongst other top players who went out of contention today by not winning is also, I think, Shamsuddin Vokhidov and Nihal Sarin, who drew with 4 out of 6. But that also means we have a number of players in contention, and it's actually not a lot of people at the top. Yeah, it's also very easy to do the pairings for the next round.
Yep.
Because it's only 2 players with 6 out of 7, which is Sargsyan and Andrei Esipenko. And I think it's also only 2 players with 5.5, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, it's Arjun Erigaisi with 5.5 and Karthikeyan Murali. And because the other 4.5 pointers, apart from board 5 actually, Leon Mendonca still playing against Abdisalimov. And we can actually take a look at the game quickly just to wrap our round 7 commentary. It's going to take a lot of time to convert this, even though I can see that the eval bar leaning towards White's position, but it's a lot of things going to happen, and Black for sure will try his best to defend his position. But if there is any decisive result coming from this game, it means there will be the third person who will be on the 5.5 points. So. But today, I can see a number of decisive games on the top 10 boards as well, just like yesterday. Even though the first board that we have between Sargsyan Shant versus Arjun Erigaisi ended with a draw, but it was not without a fight. Yeah, it was such a interesting opening battle. And on the second board, we have Esipenko versus Salem, and Esipenko played a beautiful a beautiful game. Yeah, I think that was also another good game by Esipenko. He didn't really risk anything, yeah, from
Yeah,
start to finish.
absolutely. And Karthikeyan won a beautiful game against Tabatabaei. And I have a feeling that Leon is also, he has very good chances to win this game with the white pieces. He next puts his rook on to A6 and exerts pressure on this B6 point. On the other hand, this knight on E3 is already exerting pressure on the F5 point. So it's a very he has just played the rook to A6. So
Yeah.
it's a very unpleasant defense for black here. And if he wins, yes, he joins the people at 5.5 points.
Yes, yes. And well, today it's also a very interesting day at the office, Srinath. Yes, we have this draw of the first board. We have a few decisive results in the top 10 boards. And the game between Karthikeyan versus Tabatabaei, we saw this sacrifice. Well, short-term sacrifice, which ended with pawn endgame. Should Tabatabaei allow that, but Tabatabaei resigned. It was such, I think, the blunder of the day, if there is, if there is such a segment for that. And we also saw a very good finish by Lodici Lorenzo versus Parham Maghsoodloo, and Parham allowed the checkmate, just like what David Paravian did yesterday against Arjun. And the comeback of Abdusattorov Nadirbek being the second seeded, he won today against Subramaniam's Bharath. And I think for the next pairing, I still have no clue what's going on, but I'm sure it's going to be as interesting as the previous rounds.
Absolutely. So many super decisive and interesting games today, Irene, and it's just such a pleasure to just observe them, look at them, analyze them, that you just don't even feel so much time running.
Yes, yes. Well, 2 rounds to go, and despite Arjun failing to be the temporary world number 2 because he made a draw today, but there are still 2 rounds to go for him to catch up and finishing in the FIDE circuit points with the highest points, surpassing Fabiano Caruana. So still some hopes for Arjun to not only winning the tournament, but also topping the leaderboard of the FIDE circuit points. But of course, as the leader himself, Sargsyan, tomorrow is going to be very, very interesting and challenging because he's going to take on Esipenko with the black pieces, right? I think Esipenko will take on white.
We're not sure, but I think Esipenko with the black pieces and Shant with the white pieces, I think so.
Yeah, so well, tomorrow is going to be as exciting as ever. So stay tuned. Tomorrow we'll come back at the same time, same place. And thank you again, Srinath, for all the insightful commentary today. I've seen so many good comments on our YouTube and Lichess as well. You give another masterclass day for us today.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Irene. And thank you for all the people watching. Thank you, chat, and all the lovely people behind our production team. Dominic, Theo, Jesse, and
the media team, Kathy Sachalashvili, and the birthday girl. Shout out to Angelika Volkova. Happy birthday. And also our DGT, DGT team, Ufuk, and the cameraman Majid, and also our editor Pavel. Yeah, so thank you so much for everyone who is behind the production of this show. And see you again tomorrow at 4 p.m. local time, Doha, Qatar. And have a good evening, everyone.